Yeah, it's like when I was a pro player and I was analyzing T1 games for my own improvement, it was like I had to rewatch a team fight 7-8 times because every time I rewatched the fight, I saw a new thing that someone did. It was like so cool, but it's like this micro little step. And here we see the head-to-head between the matchup I think most people are excited about. Owner versus Tarzan, two incredibly talented Korean junglers that have accomplished so much on the world stage.
Yeah, I mean, you'd still be playing if you had one of those junglers right there, making top lane super, super easy.
Right.
But that is going to be one of our, I believe in you. That's going to be one of our key head-to-heads here, but you go up and down this one. You can pick a lane, you can pick a matchup. It's going to be brilliant. 1 minute before we head on over to stage. So Medios, let's start with you. What do you think is going to happen here?
I am going to predict T1 because it's an international tournament. They beat him last time, and while I don't think it's going to be super one-sided, I just don't see T1 losing.
All right, the Valve analyst, yeah, you know.
What do you guys think? What is my prediction here? Is it 2-0 or 2-1? Yeah, I do think that T1 will win. I do think something special. I don't know, it's just the T1 effect. When they get into internationals, when they get on the big stage, they can handle the pressure more than any other team, including AGAL, just like last time at MSI. I think they do it again.
Finn, final thoughts, quick.
I'm gonna have to go a step aside there and say AGL has learned from their MSI defeat, and they're gonna come in here very hungry, and they want to prove that they are better.
Well, when T1 plays, the world stops and watches. They will do battle against their new nemesis. It is AGAL and T1 for a spot in the grand finals.
我觉得 T1 作为对手来说是真的非常的强了，因为他们就算是先进入到逆风，比如说我们的比分领先于他们，但是他们的整体不管是运营的思路还是他们的打法都不会说是那种缩在后面，他们一定会跟你们抢，然后尽量把资源把小龙都控下来，所以我觉得他们这一点是心态特别好的，而且他们游戏的执行上也特别好，所以我觉得是一个非常强的对手。
일단 아직 팀적으로 분위기나 컨디션이 완벽하진 않다고 생각되고요. 그래도 이긴 거에 의미를 두고 AL전을 잘 준비하면 될 거라고 생각하고 있습니다. MSI 때 막부터 봤기 때문에 되게 한타 팀파이트를 잘하는 팀이라고 생각하고요. 그리고 뭐 언제든 이번에 우승했던 젠지라든지 또 준우승했던 저희도 이길 수 있는 강한 팀이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
我觉得要打败 T1 的话，首先要做到的是我们前期资源团的那些策略一定要做好，就哪些小龙、哪些草丛能控，能跟他们对战，要放，这样我们一定要把这个想好。
일단 작년에 저희가 EWC 초대 우승자이기 때문에 이번에도 그 우승 리핏을 디펜딩을 할 수 있다면 좋을 것 같고 또 MSI 때 준우승을 했기 때문에 그런 아쉬움을 달랠 수 있는 기회가 될 것 같습니다.
Making it this far is a feat in itself. Make it to tomorrow, you get the chance to fight for the right to be called best in the world.
Let's talk numbers. 12 teams have landed in Riyadh. Only 4 remains from 3 different regions. And only 1 shot at the grand final with 0 room for mistakes.
We begin with a banger, an MSI rematch that went the distance. This time around, they are working towards this trophy, club championship points, and a monster share of our $2 million prize pool.
It's a rerun with huge implications. Every draft, every dragon, every second. Shall we welcome the team?
So welcome it. Riyadh, should we bring out the teams?
All right, up next, China's rising stars to third place at MSI. They are back and they want revenge. It's AGAL.
Do it, T1!
One seeks redemption, the other retaliation. A priceless opportunity is on the line. Let's begin.
This is the land of MSI rematches. This is the land of AL and T1 battling it out in another 5-game series rematch that only goes to 3, but hot damn am I excited for it. My name's Cirx. I'm joined by Orcs and Finn as we take 3 into the battle of 3.
Welcome to the cast. How you doing?
Game, and I am excited because I could not have wished for a better game than this.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this one looking to be a banger. It went to 5 games at MSI, and that was obviously super hype. And I think AGAL, unfortunately, two teams at MSI opportunity again.
It does feel like AL showed us a lot. It felt like AL showed the improvement over the tournament, and as we got into that 5-game series, we got to the end.
They are the best team in the world at improving. And there was an LPL coach, I remember, that said, every team enters an international tournament with their own problems, and the team that wins it is the one that fixes those problems. And I feel like this is the story of T1. No matter what issues they face before an international, the moment they get there, it's like they all really find those compromises, they find that middle ground, and they really work out how they want to play the game, and that's why they are so successful.
I think it's also because, you know, the longer the tournament goes as well, obviously they've got that experience in problem solving, and it's been said, you know, over MSI as a shorter tournament, people were worried about how they were going to improve and adapt. EWC is an even shorter tournament. It only goes for the period of 5-6 days. Like, we're not even into a week, and T1 now have to adapt against
of figuring out and adjusting on what champions are working best for them, what champions they think are higher priority. We've seen pick. Really.
Yeah, curious as we get into drafts here what kind of approach these teams get. We see a lot of the skirmish heavy jungler bans being taken out. Pantheon, Varus have been the main two bans on red side that we see almost every single game.
Yep.
And now it's where it gets a little bit more open. You can look for the Xin Shao, the Auroras, the Yones. That's where they kind of increase in priority, and we're going to have to see what AL really prioritizes because they have an open book right now.
Interesting because neither Talia or Azir getting a look in so far. We've often seen sometimes them traded in terms of bans, or if not, then one picked, one banned away. They could end up seeing an early Azir pickup traded off with the Talia, or the Talia traded with the Azir. You know, often in the LCK, we'd see people favoring the Talia. You know, I know Faker would love to have that Azir without the Talia to match it, and so Shank's definitely going to deny it.
It's great because, again, you respect Shanks on Talia. Great anyone's legend, but the takeaway means in Fearless there is no more Azir left in the series, and for T1 their response seems to be solo lane Azir with a blind Gwen and the Annie to match.
And his Annie is very telling that you really want something in the jungle that wants to create these skirmishes that Annie can facilitate. I'm thinking the Xin Shao, I'm thinking the Wukong especially. I think all those are great options here as we see the Lucian Braum being picked up for AL, dropping that top lane pick and allowing that Gwen to actually maybe set up a few bans to really secure that blind pick.
Yeah, it really makes things a bit more difficult for Flandre, but I do understand it because to me, I think Lucian is one of Hope's signature picks. I think he's had so many phenomenal performances on it.
Yep.
But it does mean, you know, now T1 have the opportunity to ban away some of these top lane picks you'd expect to see into the Gwen. You know, the Rumble is one of those that is still open and available. The Wukong is picked up and secured though, and this does make it a little bit tricky for that Lucian who is so short range.
Yeah, but I also feel like Gwen, she's kind of fine into anything. You could really just target the jungle pool here as well, because there are, you already see the Lucian Braum, you could just target out because there's already the Vi ban, there's already the Pantheon ban, and you pick the Wukong yourself. If you take out the Xin Shao, suddenly all those bruiser junglers that has been the meta for so long in the Asian regions are now out. And now you really get into either those tank junglers that work in tandem with Azir, or you gotta dig deep into your pool for looking for something like a Poppy.
Yeah, I think maybe Trundle, the last one remaining. That's one of the higher prio AD junglers. There's obviously still like a decent pool available in terms of those
Skarner, Sejuani, like,
yeah,
but you go down a bit, right?
Those AD bruisers have been really high priority, especially the ones who utilize the Sundered Sky. The item is just so strong right now and has so much value. Poppy going to be the one taken away. So but the Rakan banned out something really good into the Braum, and also Guma Carrier really confident on the Xayah Rakan. Played that in the Road to MSI finals and had such a good performance. The Nico taken away, one of the most played for Carrier.
Yeah.
Looks like Guma just going to pick up the Jhin. Strong lane and a pick he is very comfortable on.
Yeah, now we see what Flandre wants into the Gwen. Obviously, he's played a lot of different champions across his career. Rumble's still up and available. Yorick's still up and available, and the Jax. There's so many champions here he can choose between. Aurora we've seen a bit. I don't think it's that good into the Gwen necessarily, but my eyes are on Tarzan here, because I don't really feel like Trundle makes that much sense into the comp of T1, because he's going to have to walk up and really rely on his pillar. And if he just gets Annie ulted and Wukong ulted, I feel like he gets just one shot before he really gets his ult off, so it can be quite hard to contest. I would be looking for something like a tank here more, but with Aurora, probably not going to happen.
What tank hits mine? Skarner, Sedge. They're thinking no, they want some follow-up. There's not anything that really attaches to the Nocturne, but I've seen Nocturne Aurora a lot over the start of this year. I know you don't like the Trundle Finn. I guess they're just thinking, well, that's the best option available.
Yeah, and I think the moment you lock in that Aurora, that is when you really need that skirmish-heavy jungler, and that is the only real option left here. Sure, you would probably prefer another AD jungler, but they're so targeted. All the AD junglers are out, and this is the only one that fits that category of champion. So even if it's not the best individual champion for the game, it is the only champion that fits that the persona that they really want to fill in the jungle department.
Okay. Do you see Carrier considering the Rel as an option? And I think works pretty effectively with the team. A lot of engage options already, but just feels like a really solid engage composition. They have the follow-up from the Jhin. They also have the Gwen, who's obviously going to provide that consistent damage. I feel like, honestly, you know, the Azir is a really strong pick, but overall, the cohesiveness of the comp from T1 feels really good. I think, for me, the Lucian really needs to get going to have an impact, because if you start to fall behind, I mean, it's so hard to function in the 5v5 as a short-range AD carry into so many threats that challenge a short-range pick.
Yeah, and I feel like Doran on his Gwen is going to be very comfortable into the Aurora. I've seen him play Gwen so many times this spring split, and he usually makes it work. Sometimes he has oopses in laning phase, but he finds so much use, and this Aurora really has to kind of snowball that lane and then look for a lot of good angles to have a higher impact than the Gwen, and I think Doran is just so comfortable in this matchup.
But isn't Doran's oopsies what makes him Doran? Like, internationally, I remember the years of talking about Doran on Gen G where he wouldn't come up to the performance, he wouldn't step up. But recently at MSI, I think he had one of the best performances on T1. I think at EWC, he's still been having explosive performances. Doran with his oopsies, you got to take the good with the bad, you know, Orcs. I don't know what you think about him this tournament, but I have enjoyed watching this guy, even on the Inting Gwen games early.
I mean, Doran's just been having some crazy good international performances. That's been really his weak point in his career. Is domestically, he's been strong, but internationally, hasn't just been able to perform at that same level. It's changed. You know, MSI, he was playing at a really high level, and I feel like EWC that's continued. So the team has a lot of faith in him. That's been demonstrated, and he's
a little bit greedy by the T1 bot lane there. They were getting the dragon uncontested. Sure, the wave was a little bit frozen, but I think you can hold out for about 30 seconds, farm with Jin W, and just play safe. Safe until your junglers are to bail you out, but really good punish by AL.
Did Tarzan do it as he went deep for the red buff?
I assume. Assume so. He was the one who was closest.
Oi!
Look at that pink value.
It's huge.
Is Kerry gonna see it? Nah, he's going back.
Oh my lord. Okay, that's going to be there. For another couple of minutes. Grub
like
also
that-
taken.
Oh, Darn ulting.
I don't think there's a kill on Flandre here. Correct me if I'm wrong. But it'll work early. A little bit rubbish as Flandre at half HP. The damage does matter.
TP top to kind of regain the tempo, but this has allowed AL to have a little bit of a lead. Now they have a TP advantage on Flandre, and if they can translate this into something, that would be a huge opening.
Potentially that dragon in a minute 45 could be what they translate it into.
I'm just waiting as well for the Trinity Force Rush that's going to come through, or at least the push for next dragon to coincide with that first item out of junglers too. Crucial to know that no one's sitting on their first item yet. And again, it should be Hope who gets there first with his escalation, as Ghost is going to be popped by Carrier. He wants to swap around for heal. His flash is also unavailable. Hope is going to get pushed in here, and in 1 minute 50, but there's the engage. Magnet Storm, a double stun. Hope in trouble, but they turn on to Guma. The Lucian promise just so strong, and even though Carrier hits everything, it's another kill to Hope. Stunned up again. Hope is kiting back. Kyle in the way, and Carrier doesn't have a flash to get nearby. The remount flashed away. Another kill on the cards close. The Shattering Strike blocked, and a damage dealer is Hope now as great ulti. Flandre flashes away and bursts down two. Tarzan clubs him to death, the king of the jungle for a double.
Huge team fight wins for AL on both sides of the map. The double kill for the bot lane, and then the double kill for the top side. AL coming up big on both sides.
What a power play, and now Trundle is left alone hitting this tower with all those grubs. Probably will want to look for the base now as that dragon is spawning, but as we're gonna get back into replay, a lot of small things here that went really well for anyone's legend. I think a little bit ambitious by Carrier to go for that. They saw that Braum E was down, and they thought that was the time for an all-in, but I think the W from Jin went a little bit too wide, and that's why they weren't able to lock down Hope as well as they wanted.
Let's be careful on AL though, because they're stepping up the Carrier who hasn't engaged. Teleport going to be burned. T1 need lockdown here, but it is all about the dragon getting numbers, bit of a chunk as well, as AL going to be second fiddle to this second dragon.
Yeah, trying to get in position for this one. They are looking to prioritize this. There is TP on Fondre, so if AL want to contest, they can. This would be second dragon for T1.
Yeah, this is a dragon you for sure give as AL. You can look around a little bit. First of all, your Lucian is on bot, split away from your team, so really hard for him to regain, but also fake your TP down that, and combine with the fact that Doran had to TP it up earlier because Kayle stopped his base. Now, suddenly Andre is left alone on top for
To finish up the kill, doesn't find a really
unfortunate. Yeah, look at this fighter. I just want you guys to look at Flandre's flash that's gonna come up here. He reads T1's, Doran and Owner's minds right now. Look, he reads that they're gonna flash him at the exact same time. You're gonna see 3 flashes at one time right now. 1, 2, 3, go! Oh, look at that Flandre. Just so good presence of mind in this fight, knowing exactly what T1 was looking for.
Yeah, and unfortunately with the Trundle just there free hitting, getting so much value in that situation, doing so much damage with Flandre doing the setup. Well, now 5-0 in favor of AL. They've got the feature strength, 4,000 gold lead, and you know, Hope having 3 kills, 1,300 gold lead, gives gold in such good places on top of that.
It really highlights what, as we have a maybe gang by Kayle. I wanted to talk about Flandre, but now they're looking at Faker.
Shanks just has the ulti to lay. He's dead in the end. It's sent out by Shanks, doubled up by Kayle. To stop all this time wasting. Shanks will get a kill as well. 6-0 early game. Almost a 5k gold lead.
To claw their way back into it, I will say.
But still 5,000 gold lead early game. It's kind of run away from T1 for the time being. AL controlling everything. You know that third dragon's coming in a minute 15 and AL should be strong enough to fight 2 items here on Hope. And even Flandre at that point might be running into his second as well, as he and his jungler are also way ahead of the curve up there.
Yeah. Shanks.
Blank might mean everything to Faker. So no flash available to chase this up. But the Emperor's Divide is now down. Herald will open up mid for a counterplay for AL.
Take the Herald down.
Smart in the end. Okay. Still gold play for AL. Remember that Shanks will not have his ulti for the Dragon. So let's see if T1 can force 30 seconds if they move to a third Dragon.
I think A looks like they want to go for bot lane, but I struggle to see how T1 can contest this. Faker Lauren is basing, probably has his item. And
Super hard to find a way in. You know, the vision's been choked out already. You're face checking into a team with so much.
Will remember, he's got Tibbers. He'll drop it on Flandre's head, but the layering for Kyle is gorgeous. Hope walks in. He'll take kill number 4, and with that bot turret will go as well. Sequence the play is so clean. Kerry has to crash down. Ono's like, yeah, I'll look for an angle, but where is it? What's he going to find? No one but Tarzan running right into his mind. There's Shanks. Level 13 is here. Chasing ready with the ult. The other Cyclone. But autoed to death again. Shanks might have...
I think just giving up the dragon would have been fine just from being in the vicinity.
The problem is when you use your teleport like that on Annie, and you actually don't get something from that teleport, while Aurora has been pushing all the lanes in the meanwhile, suddenly the map becomes almost impossible to play. And if you gotta realize, okay, now we made a mistake, that's okay. But now we have to give something over to them. The Dragon and maybe the bot to run was the price, we'd have to pay for that. But T1, they really, as I said before, they try to squeeze water out of a stone. So often, and they're so good at No, that's what I was going to say. I think there's an English saying.
Oh.
Oh, how much butter is there in a stone?
That's right.
I wouldn't give the Dragon for all the butter in Småland.
Yeah, that's true. Look, at least one taken away. For AL, the play after really impacts deeper though, doesn't it? It's an 8,000 gold lead at 90 minutes. T1's early game has been kaput, and Tarzan is 3,500 gold ahead of Ona. This Trundle is more than off to the races, you know.
Yeah, now as T1, you really gotta get creative. You are 9 or 8k gold down. You need to look for avenues. It's either dropping top lane completely, because they need to create a numbers advantage somehow. And if you need to create a numbers advantage while you're behind, that means dropping one wave. Now, they couldn't find anything here. AL plays very cautious, very comfortably, and now you're gonna see AL see like, okay, our Asir is hitting this top tower. They are panicking. Yep. We can look for anything we want here.
Just autos, and Doran has to step up his melee carry. Shanks probably wait for the next wave. Atakan and Baden. Yeah, T1 committed for 5 for a long time there. Teleport now burned from Kyle. They're going to set up Atakan, and I don't know if there's anything T1 could do.
The thing is, if you have bot lane push like AL has now, you can just pull the Atakan towards the bot lane. You see Hope trying to pull it down. Maybe we're not seeing the Atakan taken just yet, as TP is being committed.
It's a TP flank. Ona's going to reposition, but his ult is layered up. Cyclone comes through finally. AL split up, but the culling is laying into Ona. Well, he tries to find Kyle. He gets out with a sliver, and Shanks in back one. Gets Tippers, and meanwhile, Grimmer trying to him with a flash. Shanks keeps him in place, puts him in a choke. Kyle's low and T1 are doing better than you'd expect, but then Flandre and Tarzan start meeting their makers. It's Faker dropping for a triple. The Trundle unleashed the Troll King, the Jungle King. AL take another.
T1 think they've found an advantage, but AL too strong. Tarzan too far ahead, and he cleans up T1 and their chances in this game.
Scary. I feel like T1 played that fight so catalyst of the snowball. I think that just gave it a shot into back out.
But it does seem like a cope angle, I think. But you're right.
Yeah, I mean, this game you need a lot of cope, and I think you need a series of mistakes from AL. Like, one mistake will start things, but you need a series of mistakes really to get back into this one. I think, you know, Baron up in a minute 15, AL just need to choke the area out of vision, and then, I mean, it would be easy enough for them to take it, but if T1 contest them on it, they can just take a fight. With the state of T1's base, you can end the game pretty easily. But T1 kind of hoping that if they get AL in the pit, that's their best chance of winning a fight. It's not a good chance, but that's their best chance.
Just look at the inventories of ALs. They all bought their shoes from the same dealer. They are so aware of the only comeback mechanic that T1 has. It is that CC chain.
You know, they bought it.
Full Merc stack here.
They bought it from Mundo's shoe shop.
Might be onto something here.
Boris had a 5-for-1 deal on those Mercury fits.
This shield is just so good. I mean, moving to 500 gold as well. A lot of people have just been saying it's such an impactful change that makes it so much fun. Those shoes already were. Guys, we're going through the motions. It's 11k gold lead still. That objective bounty was nice for T1, but AL are looking through another lane. There's an open inhib mid, open bot. Top turret is not long for this world, and AL sourcing multiple lanes right now as Doran tried to get some pressure bot. Ona was there covering as well, but AL are going to return to the scene of the crime and start hitting away. Blow T1's mind.
Shanks stepping up, daring T1 to go on him. Keria tries to bait out the Q flash, but Shanks just stands there.
Look at him.
Daring him to go.
Deadly Flash not going to connect. Shanks, if he gets the tippers on his head, maybe there's something. Ona jumps in, under KL's not going to work much. Inhibitor goes down, goes from Keria, thinks about an engage off it, but not much. Pulled up. Flandre pokes from over the wall. There's Faker flashing onto Hope. Deadly Flourish as well. They found an angle. Owner into the back line is great, but look at what Flandre just did. He blew your world wide open. And T1, that was the best you could do in game one as Faker's now caught between a weird bunny and a bear. Which toy looks better here as, yes, AL are chunked, but that was the best fight that T1 could come up with.
Faker looking to TP out, should be able to get away, and I mean, they get a shutdown off the back of that, but I think AL will just head over to the Baron. T1's so far away, not going to be able to contest, and I mean, honestly, considering the difference in terms of gold, that still didn't go too badly for T1, but it's still going to result in the Baron for AL, so not something they can view too positively.
The AD carry, look for the flash tippers. Try to a little bit, but he's gonna have to.
Yeah, but
disengage.
Flandre is the one that says howdly doodly. Like, you don't need to worry about that. He doesn't care about Doran visiting his neighbor. Because this game, Flandre's had his number. He's 3k gold ahead, obviously. And
I mean, T1 doubled their kills in that last fight.
ooh,
so,
they did.
ROI on that is very high.
That's investment. Nice one, Orcs. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
This is what we need you for, you know?
That's helpful for the situation.
Yeah.
Well, now with the Baron in pocket, I think...
Oh,
T1 never lose LPL.
oh, the sign. Well, if that happens, hey, it's just a game. It's just game one.
Well, it's, yeah, specifically talking about series, right?
Yeah.
Not talking about games.
They're talking about series.
Yeah, because
Okay. T1
game's-
LPL's fathers.
this game's not looking too hot.
It would be crazy if AL helped break the curse. This team that came out of nowhere, left field, as the #1 seed representative. AL are looking for the final fight of this game. It's between worlds again. In goes Shanks and sends Faker back. He's godlike as AL, again, they're getting low. It looks nice. You're like, yeah, it's so much better than the rest of the fight. Even as Goober gets another return. Wants him for a few. You are not used to this, but AL sunk in game one, locked in, and the LPL has blasted this series open to the EWC semi-final.
Convincing start to this series from AL. Felt like T1 never really got started in this one, and you know, it's only a best of 3, so they need to get things going quickly to answer back.
Yeah, T1 just gotta shake this one off, go back to the drawing board and try to draw up a new draft. I actually like the draft, but I feel like it is the patience sometimes. The patience to wait for your turn to make a play that kind of was their crucial mistake this game, but I still think coming back into next game, they have. What it takes to really bounce back.
It's T1, right? You never underestimate them. It's only a single game. Do not be Game 1, Mandy. That's the rule of League of Legends.
I feel so bad for Guma here. You know, he pops the ult, and look at Tarzan, just runs over, kills him, and just chomps him down. Not much you can do.
T1 in the gutter a little bit. It's a best of 3. It's elimination. It's our semi-final. AL have started strong. Game 1 in the dirt. Game 2 coming up right after this.
think one change I like to see in League next season is to nerf support. I feel like support you can just be all over the map and not really lose anything. I think he has way too much insurance and you can make a lot of mistakes.
下个版本就打野英雄多加强吧。
If I could make some changes to the current meta, I would probably buff AP more. It's something that's always fun to play, but it's a bit off meta.
개인적으로는 이제 요즘 리그 같은 경우에는 굉장히 팀적인 움직임이나 그런 플레이들이 굉장히 중시되도록 패치가 많이 됐었는데 앞으로는 이제 좀 개개인의 그런 역량도 좀 중요한 그런 패치가 있다면 그런 패치가 있다면 플레이어들이 좋아하지 않을까 생각합니다.
One change I would like to see in the next year would be, I was thinking about that they remove TP for a bit and see how it goes. I think it would be quite interesting.
非常弱，就体现出来很难赢。
I got this feeling that won't.
cold.
The win.
He had no emotion. It's just another day, you know, crushing T1's key. You know, I do it all the time. You know, he was expecting this one.
He really is a stone cold killer. I do think that Shanks did outplay his opponent today. He had a fantastic day as well, and I like that he was
General manager and also heartbeat of G2. It is Roman. Welcome, brother. How are you?
Thank you very much. Super stoked. Super excited to play today. First because we finally beat BLG 2 days ago after 3 years and a half of trying. I insist on the word trying. We were not doing, sadly, so done. So from my perspective, this tournament is already a success. And now we're going for the spice, you know.
Yeah.
We want to be the one taking down Genji. And 25, you said? It's a lot. But it's okay. We got that.
Yeah, it is definitely a lot. Here's the thing, though. Like, I want to know, how's the team feeling after a victory like that, and knowing that they are going up against one of the best teams in the world, if not the best team in the world, but with that like house money since they defeated one of their ghosts.
It felt really good to beat them, and then everything on top is extra, you know. We're super happy for AL to beat T1 because it turns it into kind of a win-win for us. Today, either we beat Genji and then we play a final and we beat Genji, or we lose and we have T1 tomorrow, and it's always super exciting to face T1. So, and as well, we're happy for Shanks. We've done a bit of content with him at MSI. He's such a nice human, such outgoing and stuff, like, and Caps beat him at arm wrestling. So we were just happy for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a really high matchup, this one, I think. If Genji are going to be taken down, maybe it's in one of these best of threes at EWC. Is there anything you've seen specifically from your opponents today in Genji that you think you can potentially take advantage of? Any vulnerabilities on their side?
Yes, at least 2 or 3, which obviously I'm not going to disclose here, but I can tell you the coaching staff had a great night and we're super excited this morning, like doing a lot of cooking and brainstorm, and so we think we found a bunch of plot armor, like weakness in the armor, so let's see.
What do you credit G2's turnaround with? Because coming out of MSI, not the performance they were looking for, and I know fans on social media were not happy with it. You know, there was so much people just anywhere from flaming to like coping about their region's strength, and it doesn't seem to have got you guys down. You came back swinging in this tournament, and you're doing absolutely amazing.
It's okay, you know, like the fans are for sure overreacting, but they're also passionate and they love us. At least we are privileged because we have crazy fans. I know some teams where it doesn't matter if they win or lose, no one's going to care online, you know. For us, it's a drama every time we lose, and we've had 2 years of absolute success at home. We only did double top 2 this time, so it's a bit disappointing for us. So we got a lot of extra pressure. I think we are slowly scaling. It looks like it's a big acceleration because we were losing a lot more than usual at MSI, and maybe we finally beat an Asian team. But to me, it's just a slow acceleration. The goal is still Worlds in 3 months. So this is part of the process right now.
Yeah, I think we heard Broken Blade earlier say we really want to defeat an Eastern team. Obviously, the ultimate goal is become the game titleist here for League of Legends, but a sub goal would be defeating an Eastern team. Able to do that against BLG. What is the goal now? What are we looking at now?
LPL check. So now we need LCK. You know, I don't have the stat. I don't remember the last time an LEC team beat an LCK team. It's probably been a while. It was probably G2 last time. So we're just looking to add another check in our prep list for Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually very impressed by Caps' champion pool so far at this tournament. You know, a lot of us are just playing Talia, Azir, Victor, you know, Annie, the common stuff, right? But he's brought out the Syndra, he's brought out the LeBlanc, which was very impressive up against BLG. Does he have anything else in his pocket? And how is he feeling as a player? Is he very confident in himself, and that's why he's picking those, you know, They're not really off meta, but like slightly off meta.
10 years, I think now, maybe a tiny bit less. He's so old meta. He played all champions. So if you ask him, he can play anything. Is it true? Is it true? We're gonna see on stage. That's gonna be the interesting part. But
I mean, he did play the LeBlanc against Knight, so I think that's a pretty good indicator of where he's at and what he's able to bring. But he's not the only player, I think, with a pretty good resurgence and bounce back. I'd say Broken Blade in the top lane. After that, you know, everyone keeps focusing on that Furia game, but he still had some good performances, but then was able to put it to the test here against Bin, one of the best in the world. This solo kill must have done wonders here for not just him, but the whole team.
yeah, I mean, BB, our captain, didn't have the best MSI. He's having an excellent EWC now. And when you're a top laner, those 1-on-1 kills define everything. And sometimes it's just 0.1 little click, super frustrating and stuff. And suddenly it's going to define your entire tournament. So it's frustrating for sure. It's in a way more punishing than being a jungler, for example, because your impact on the team will seem less obvious from an external perspective. So for a top laner, those solo kills are incredible. Huge boost. Super happy for him.
So real quick, it seems like we have, since we're talking about top laners, we have Keen standing by right now at the stage with an interview. So take it away, Kitty.
Hey everyone, this is the pre-ask about your reflections from, because a lot of people have actually been having the conversation that you had a very FMVP worthy performance. So how would you reflect on that yourself?
이제 긴 선수 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 MSI 때 좀 모습을 한번 좀 되돌아볼게요. 특히나 결승전에서 좀 파이널스 MVP 다 왔던 파이널스 MVP가 좀 어떻게 보면은 기인 선수에게 돌아갔다라고 말씀드릴 수 있을 정도로 어떻게 보면 기인 선수의 활약이 정말 대단했는데 그 점에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금합니다.
파이널 MVP를 못 받은 거에 대해서는 되게 아쉽게 생각하고 있지만 사실 저희 팀 모두 잘 했다고 생각을 해서 누가 받아도 딱히 뭐 이상하진 않았던 경기였던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, it's a bummer that I didn't get a Finals MVP, but I think my teammates also played very well. I think they deserve all of that, so I don't mind it.
We do have a grand finals coming up and you are currently in the semi-finals, so maybe another FMVP potential for you, Keen. And of course, for my final question, I wanted to ask about the team's overall performance and form right now, because you guys were able to win the previous day.
이제 두 번째로는 이제 곧 파이널까지 이제 또 가실 텐데 어떻게 보면 그 전에 이제 세미파이널에는 또 그 관문을 넘어야 되잖아요. 그래서 이제 G2전과 또 앞에 있을 만약에 가시게 된다면 결승전에서의 또 팀의 활약을 좀 어떻게 기대해 볼 수 있을까요?
사실 뭐 저희 팀 자체가 이제 약간 모든 선수들이 다 POM을 받으면서 올라왔어가지고 이제 딱히 어느 선수가 활약할 거라기보다는 그냥 다 같이 다 잘할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
So I don't think we don't have any kind of special performances, but I think if we do what we do like we did before and we can replay our best in our form, I think we can do our best in our finals as well.
Thank you, Keen. Looking forward to your match against G2 and back to you guys at the desk, Dagon.
Thank you very much, Kitty. Let's see if Keen is able to do what they do against G2. That was an accident. As he've got a lot of talent on the opposite side. It's just so many champions, whether it's LCK champions, all of them now, and a world champion as well. Like, you just look up and down. I feel like one of the guys I want to start with have to be Skumon figuring out how to get through it here, Medios.
Yeah, I was going to ask Romain while you're here, how's Skumon feeling about this matchup? Because he is not as experienced as a lot of the other people in this tournament. And I know that when he played against Inspired back at MSI, he said he learned a lot from him, and then he was able to beat him this time around. So how is he feeling going up against Canyon, who by most people's count is the best jungler in the world?
Nailing it. Because MSI was a interesting tournament for Skew, first international tournament, and he had to fight Canyon into Inspired, and I think he got a bit outplayed on both those matchups at MSI, which made him feel really sad. So he's coming with a big revenge arc, and I can tell you, if this time Canyon decides to invade early level, really looking forward for that matchup.
Another player has stood out here since MSI is Ruler here, Valdez, because when he slotted back on into this roster with Duro, wasn't exactly sure what to expect as he returned back from the LPL, and then was probably the standout player at EWC.
Yeah, it's a good point. When you were saying there's another standout player, I was like, who's he going to say? Is it going to be Chovy or Duro?
You can pick anyone.
I'm like,
pick anyone.
Ruler, though, I think is a good shout because he definitely was kind of the big standout amongst his peers on his team. He was just very consistent. He wasn't getting caught out very much. And it was just a great time for him. They had some crazy fights against
that.
Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, this was that fight that we were talking about yesterday. The heartbreak. For NA, where it felt like FlyQuest had it, but you know, Genji is just a little bit too good.
Yeah, Ruler just pumping out the damage there, able to dodge away from Whippo on the engage on the set. And I think we've never doubted the hands, but it was about some of the positioning for Ruler. He was a little bit too eager to dish out the damage and min-max, whereas now I feel like he's right place, right time, and squeezing out every auto attack, every ability possible, and punishing even the smallest mistakes here. So Rahman, I mean, Hansama has been one of your long-standing members here in G2. He's had the ups, he's had the downs, he's had the international experience, he's had the overseas experience. I feel like you can't ask for a better representative from EU to try and play against a world champion who's playing like it in Ruler.
And Hans is having an amazing tournament so far, so he's really, really excited to, same as you with Canyon, to take his revenge on Ruler today. So yeah, looking forward for the jungle matchup, looking forward for the bot lane matchup. Yeah, I think it's going to be a really, really exciting series.
Yeah, the players are getting ready on stage, should be there in a couple of minutes. But just going back to it, Valdez, when we look at this, right, you're like, oh, are we talking about Kenyon? Are we talking about Ruler? Who jumps out at you? Which matchup jumps out at you the most as the key matchup?
I mean, certainly one that we haven't talked about just yet is Caps versus Chovy. I do think that Caps is having a phenomenal tournament so far, and Chovy, while he was good and, you know, he wasn't making mistakes, he wasn't really standing out in a big way. You know, a lot of us were saying in the green room, like, you know, he's doing well, but he's not the shining light so far. So I think if there is an angle, it's kind of weird to say, but maybe Caps can just throw Chovy for a loop and find an angle there, because there's a lot of weird picks up his pocket. Chovy himself can do it, but he hasn't really done it yet. So does Chovy wait this whole tournament to pull that out here against Caps? I think he might have to.
It's definitely going to be probably the ultimate test for G2. I mean, anyone playing against Genji is going to get tested. And part of what makes Genji so hard to beat is that you can't really just beat them in one lane or win one fight against them. They're just such a calculated team. They play fairly slow, and they just get these small advantages against you, and they don't give you many openings. So I think G2's got their work cut out for them, for sure.
Rahman, I know, and for those of you that don't know, but most of us know that you can give some of the best speeches and pump-up speeches. So we're going to give you space to do that. But before we get to that moment, what is some of the preparation like for the players before they go up on stage and have one of these big matches?
To remove the pressure on the result, you have to focus on the plan. And today the focus is beyond that, is having fun. Having fun, of course, the plan. I think today a big part of the game will be played around vision. Genji really impressed us when they beat us at MSI with the way they play around their wards and the amount of pink wards they buy. For example, if you check the stats, pretty impressive. So we've been doing some work. I think we are going to challenge them there a bit. But at the end of the day, we're just here to have fun. We're playing Genji. The odds are against us. I checked the betting quote is like 1 for 8 or something. So if we win, we're legend. We shut down Genji. If we lose, we play T1 tomorrow. So today is going to be a good day. We're going to have fun.
Today is not only a good day here in League of Legends, but it's a good day across all of EWC. It is Championship Weekend, and so we have the Championship Weekend update with the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational with Kitty standing by right now.
Hey everyone! everyone. I am currently at the MLBB Women's Invitational Arena, joined by Rose once again. I heard that it's your grand finals today.
Yes, Kitty, thank you so much for having me once again. And yes, our grand finals for the MLBB Women's Invitational will be starting very, very shortly.
That sounds super duper exciting. Please introduce to me what type of teams you have for tonight.
For tonight, we have Gaming Gladiators going up against Team Vitality. Now, Gaming Gladiators is the representative of the NA region, and they're considered the underdogs this tournament. Nobody expected them to make it this far. However, Team Vitality is definitely a title contender. Although they have lost last year, they did ended up as the second place, and they have 2 MWI championship under their belt. So they are the most decorated women team that we have.
Super duper exciting. We are heading into our championship weekend. I can't wait to see who comes out on top as a winner tonight, Rose.
Thank you very much, Rose and Kitty. That sounds super duper exciting. Just like this matchup here, Roman. It feels like anytime you have the opportunity to play a reigning champion, this time the MSI champion in Gen G, you got to bring your best. So as we get closer to the start of this match, let's hear some of the words that you would give the players before they head out on the stage.
So to be really honest, it's BB's job most of the time, and he's our top level waffler, as we say. So if we need something, you put a camera on BB, you're giving him a mic, he can go and on and on and on. He can even switch language. He's gonna suddenly be fluent in French or something. So he's quite a character, and it's a blessing to have him in the team. But from my perspective, yeah, today let's have fun. You know, can they bleed? I'm not sure. Like the 25 last guy tried, they all failed. So we're really looking forward. You know, we're gonna try some crazy stuff. Is it gonna work? Is it not gonna work? I don't know. I don't care. As long as the boys can leave this stage being proud of themselves, smiling, and we're gonna get as much as experience possible today, and maybe a ticket in final. You know.
Medias, you've been a part of some huge upsets and big moments across North American League of Legends history and League of Legends history. When you guys were the underdogs and had to come into this type of matchup, what was your guys' mindset before?
I think the mindset that Roman shared is pretty accurate. You know, just try to have fun, play your best. But I think that G2 are in a kind of a unique spot because they just took down BLG, one of their longtime rivals, that in a way you have to, you know, remind yourself that the job's not done. You still have more of this tournament, and sometimes you can get a little too excited, celebrate early, feel like, oh, we conquered what we set out to do, and maybe you take your foot off the gas a little bit. You're not quite as motivated for the next round. So I think that's something that G2 needs to be aware of, and yeah, just do what they did again.
Brenda, I'm going to put you on the spot with a tough question here because we still have a little bit more time before the players get themselves on stage. It is, when we think about the last several times that Gen G have lost a series, you go back to Worlds, then before that, it was the finals for for the LCK Cup and first stand qualification. Then you go back to Worlds, and then before that, the LCK Summer Finals in 2024. Is there a through line that you see? Maybe. I mean, it's crazy that it's only 3 big standout series, but other than that.
Yeah, it's very hard. I think that, especially at LCK Cup, Chovy definitely wasn't 100% on his game. I think the issue nowadays, and part of the reason why they're on this long streak, is that he is on his game, and everybody seems to be on the same page. And even when Arnold's like giving him compliments, Chovy's like, no, it was all of us. Like, we were all great. It's hard. I don't know. There have been many teams that have taken games, so you just got to get one, and then it's a best of 3, try to make it into 2 somehow. It's not going to be easy.
All right. Well, in our first semifinals, we saw a new title be claimed. It was Champion Slayer by AGAL, who will have the opportunity to try and slay the Champion Slayer in the grand finals. Will it be G2 or will it be Gen G? Let's find out as we kick off our final semifinals.
I think for Gen G, they resemblance a lot of what we want to do, what we believe in terms of like the gameplay and like how we play the game. Gen G is kind of like a big mountain that we have to like climb, you know, in order to beat them, and it's not easy. They don't give us easy victories.
G2가 이제 앞 경기에 이제 경기한 모습을 봤는데 생각보다 이제 MSI에서 보이던 모습보다 더 약간 팀업도 그렇고 이제 되게 잘해줘서 온 것 같아서 저희도 준비 잘해야 될 것 같습니다.
For us, we already did change a lot of stuff to beat one of the Eastern teams, and I believe we found a very, very good recipe to, beat a lot of these teams in this tournament. So I'm looking forward to play against any opponent, and in this case, Gen.G, who is right now perceived as the best team in the world. We obviously want to beat them.
아무래도 확실히 좀 뱀픽적으로 많이 준비를 많이 해야 될 것 같고, 이제 조합 그런 거 신경 많이 써야 될 것 같습니다.
They play very controlled, very slow. They'll choke you out very slowly, and winning against them, you need to be very crisp and sharp.
이제 아무래도 좀 작년에 이제 EWC에서 빠르게 탈락했었다 보니까 올해는 이제 결승으로 올라가게 되면 작년에 좀 못했던 것들을 만회하는 그런 기분이 들 것 같아서 이제 올라가는 게 되게 중요할 것 같습니다.
I haven't played against Keen a lot. Last MSI was the first time, and I also don't want it to be the last time. And today we will challenge ourselves and see who will have the edge.
Tomorrow, we will crown brand new League of Legends at the Esports World Cup winners. AGAL just wiped out T1 to secure their spot in the final and are now watching, waiting, and studying their next potential opponents.
So here's the question. We have so much to look for this match, but with all the twists and turns happening right here in Riyadh, will the favorites be victorious? Or will Europe's finest rise above and crash the party?
Last week's MSI champions won back-to-back trophies in rapid succession. Europe's former kings want to rule the world.
Absolutely, it's another MSI rematch with so much on the line, with a golden ticket to the grand final, our final spot. So let's welcome the teams. First, Europe's bravest didn't come all the way here to bow down. They came for the throne. It's G2!
Their opponents dismantled the world at MSI. Now they're back to do it all over again. It's Gen.G!
It's time to officially lock in our grand finalists. One will make it, the other, we know what happens. Another key crushing is coming. Let's start our second semifinal.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that introduction, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Wolf, and we're here to bring you our next semi-final. Gen.G looking to make it 25 series in a row. And G2 looking to continue their streak of revenge after dispatching one of their opposition that was pretty dominant against them in MSI. Another one now is in front of them.
We have seen two LCK representatives eliminated already. Hanwha Life and T1 taken out by AL. And Gen G is the last sole representative here. We saw G2 already conquer big rivals in BLG. Momentum looking really strong for them right now. We saw on the other side of things, Gen G playing with their food a little bit. And their last matchup against FlyQuest, they were ultimately still able to dominate and take it in the end. But this is a really important matchup. As we saw in the pregame interview, Keen mentioning how important it is for him to make this finals. They were knocked out incredibly early, you know, tainting the golden road last year for those who remember when they lost in the first round at EWC 2024. Now looking to make that finals, now looking for a title here. If we have a victory for G2, there'll be no LCK representation after being defending world champions, first stand champions. Gen G now MSI champions. Have no LCK rep in the finals would be insane. So for regional pride, there's not much more you could say in terms of stakes for both of these teams.
Yeah, exactly right. And we'll also give Gen G a date with T1 tomorrow if they lose here in this best of 3, which is kind of crazy. I imagine the final prediction would have been Gen G versus T1 in a lot of people's minds. Now that moves on to Gen G versus AL. But G2, they could be the team that's up against the LPL first seed tomorrow instead of them. Gen G, absolutely formidable, like you were saying. They did drop the first game against G2 in their bout at MSI. It was actually, I believe, the only 3-1 that Gen G actually put up.
I think you're right.
Outside of, it's like since the road to MSI, which was 3-2 against HLE. And then there were, you know, they played 10 games against T1 at MSI as well. For those who really like Gen G versus T1 matchups, you've already had enough. Okay, we didn't need it here at EWC. As well as let's jump into the draft for game number 1. G2 on the blue side, which is a big deal.
I think one of the really big stories for G2 this tournament has been Caps' flexibility. Is LeBlanc that got them here in the first place. The amount of pressure Skumon is able to play with when Caps has that mid-prio, and Han Sama's consistency on the late game carries, especially the Xayah. We'll see the Talia, the Annie, and the Aurora taken away here. The Aurora, strong pick for both Chovy and Keen. I love the, you know, setup for taking away Chain CC with the Annie and the Talia as well for single target pick that they removed. So making Gen G have to play a composition that's going to be a little bit more complex than just blowing somebody up.
Yeah, and this is really interesting. This is Vi or Azir. Which one do you want to be taking away?
I think you take away the Azir here because even though Vi is incredibly powerful, there are ways to shut it down, and you get the red side 1-2 answer here. And with so many power picks already taken away, Gen G, you're going to be happy with this. Especially when you consider, I was going to mention this as well, that Skumon doesn't necessarily always go for the buy in these situations. He's happy to play Maokai. It has been his best pick. So once again, going for comfort here. And there's a ton of flexibility in a draft like this with the Maokai first pick. Even though it's less meta and it's kind of a G2 exclusive, they've been able to pull so many good drafts out of it.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that the Forest remains in LEC, but it just isn't really elsewhere in the world. Keen, he's thinking that he doesn't exactly have a sword, but he does have scissors that might be able to help cut through.
This is interesting because it does give Broken Blade the opportunity just to play Rumble into this with the Maokai already available. It feels like a really strong setup for G2. They will get the Skarner in return here.
Yeah.
As I just feel like it's super obvious to grab Rumble at this point.
It could be an opportunity here for BB if he wants to go for it. There are some other matchups into the Gwen that people have kind of liked. Ambessa was chosen, I think, by Doran yesterday, and it didn't really work. Quite a few things have been experimented with. One of them is, I guess, theoretically, Mundo, we have seen it hovered a whole bunch, so I don't really want to talk about it, but the lock-in is looking like a Jace, and there it is.
Jace is so commonly picked with Maokai in Korea as well. It's so easy to land your accelerated shock blast or punish a target that gets caught by the Maokai Nature's Grasp. So a strong combo, which also is great when you outrange the Gwen. You win the lane early. You just sit there with the range advantage in range mode and just kind of pew-pew the Gwen away. So you get prio with it. Caps looks to lock in the Yone here.
That is kind of crazy. And of course, the Maokai is going to be built a lot of AP, right?
Like, yeah, right now,
oftentimes we see a bunch of tank Maokais in the LCK if it ever does come out. But in the LEC, they do really like it. to be built full AP. That's what we saw from Skumon last time out as well. And so Chovy, where's the Silas, mate? That's what I want to see. That'd be a whole lot of fun. That's a dragon. So that is just going to be instantly locked in. That could be for Ruler, that could be for Chovy. We'll just have to wait and see.
My expectation
now
is that it's likely going to be for Chovy here.
I think so too. I think they're just picking their champions, Wolf. I think that's what's happening.
The reason why is there are so many picks like that shut Smolder down in lane in the bottom 2v2, whereas in a range versus melee matchup into the Yone, you could stack incredibly well. Ziggs getting taken away. This is kind of tricky because obviously there is some element of AP damage missing here. Yes, Maokai will build AP, but it's not the same kind of oomph that you're looking for. But it's also strong into Smolder. So this is a little bit tricky here for Gen.G, saying we might still play this in the bottom lane. We don't want you to have the Ziggs into the Smolder down there, but I think it's just a wise ban in general.
Yeah, and also going back to the whole LCK likes to play Maokai as a tank thing, you don't see Maokai as a representation of magic damage in a composition so much these days back at home. So a likely reason why they're banning that one away. If the Kaiser is also banned, then we can tell that that's exactly the reason for it. Also does fit into this composition quite nicely, as the follow-up to a Maokai is generally pretty comfortable with the amount of AoE he has.
The Nico ban here means you probably just go for something like an Alistar ban as Gen.G. Don't necessarily want to be looking for that pick in this bottom lane. Also would kind of reveal that you're not playing Smolder down there for sure. Yeah, I don't think you ever want to be playing a Smolder Alistar lane in almost any scenario. So this final ban is really tricky for G2. You know, something like a Leona would be seen in previous metas, which is super safe in the bottom lane, but this is a really tough one. They're going to go for the Braum, which can be decent into both the Yone and that Jace pick. And now we're going to find that reveal. Might just be a support pick here to keep it a little bit open-ended.
Or I feel like Blitzcrank's about to happen. I
was thinking the exact same thing, but they're going to look for a different hook in this Nautilus. And this Nautilus is so flexible here, like the Leona I was mentioning, because if you do end up playing that Smolder bottom lane with the roots for the Nautilus, it's hard to dive, especially with a Maokai composition. You know, it's just not really easy to go down there and punish that Smolder, so still incredibly open-ended. Remember, picks like the Victor are still up if Gen.G want to go incredibly heavy on that late game scaling in this draft. They already have strong late game with the Smolder and the Gwen side lane power.
I actually kind of like this amount of flexibility that Gen.G is sitting on. The Rel does fit into this very divey style of composition.
Is this going to be Rel MF here to try to dominate the lane and have a lot of combos set up?
Oh, the Corki that doesn't really make any of us feel good ever is going to be locked in. Hansama laughing at us in our feelings right now.
I think the Corki's okay here because most of this composition is low range. It's hard to get to the Corki, and the Corki's additional mobility can be used aggressively to snipe this Smolder pick. So
sniping.
I do think that it is quite strong. Jhin here is really interesting because I think if you look at just the Gen.G composition, you don't look at G2, it's incredibly powerful because you have the Gwen and the Skarner to really set up for Jhin. You have this insane front line. They're going to be fighting far away from the Jhin. He has a ton of agency. But when you look at G2's comp and how well they can lock down that front line and actually just circumvent it with Shock Blasts and stuff like that, I'm not as big of a fan of this Jhin pick, but it is going to be pretty stable in the laning phase. As we expected, even though it was still kind of relatively unknown until the end, Chovy will be playing the Smolder into Caps Yone. And Chovy is known to stack quickly. He's known for really oppressive laning phases. Sometimes the Smolder gets a little bit slower in the mid lane because he's not able to eschew onto multiple targets. He's only facing off against that one mid laner. But into a melee mid laner like the Yone, sometimes that just doesn't matter. You can even flap your way into some additional stacks, just Q constantly. And we'll see what runes he does go for, because we have also seen a ton of Grasp Smolder to just get additional health stacking and be so difficult to deal with later on in the game.
Chovy really likes Grasp as well on basically anything that he plays, so we'll just have to see what he is going to be building here. Likely going to be sticking into that mid lane for a large portion of this game, and that's kind of what he's been doing here at EWC as well. Even his rise that we saw yesterday was just kind of parked there, and all of a sudden had like a 70 CS lead by the end of the game, and otherwise we hadn't really seen him. So we'll see whether that is going to be another situation here, because of course the Smolder is a win condition by himself. And I think that really does open the door for this Jin pick to be powerful, to be strong, right? Because we have seen a lot of Jins that have, been required to be the sole AD carry, and that hasn't worked here at EWC 2025. But here we are, onto the Rift for game number 1, Gen.G versus G2. The tale as old as time. G2 have given a lot of bad memories to Gen.G in the past. Ruler will remember those, many years ago. And so we'll see whether it's going to be once again heartbreak for Gen.G at the hands of G2, or whether this time is going to resemble the most recent outing at MSI.
We have an incredibly full crowd today. We have had pretty full crowds throughout this event here in Riyadh, but it has been really cool to see, despite the fact that, you have a massive Western audience here cheering for G2. We saw MKOI's fans as well. You also have, so many Korean fans who have traveled, just like last year, to support the Korean squads. We've had our Chinese fans coming in as well. And people traveling here to Riyadh from all over the world, and to have a relatively even split crowd for this semifinals match is so awesome, Atlas, as we are good to go here in this first game. So much of this game to me is going to come down to the angles Keen can find in these mid-game team fights, because if he's just simply rooted and locked down and can't actually close the gap onto this Corki that's very mobile, or this extremely long-range Jace, the Gwen doesn't necessarily get a lot done.
Yeah. And I think for Gen.G, this is going to be all about how well you play the defense. And they have been good at that in the past. That has been their bread and butter, especially ever, and just only played defensively, did nothing for as long as possible, and then won the game. That is likely what they want to do in this one, because the mid-game that G2 are representing is kind of Tione, very, very scary. And Gen.G are just going to have to take what they can get, play the side lanes, manage to get cross-map stuff happening, and just weather the storm until there's a couple of items on Chovy, until there's a few stacks on this Smolder. And he's going to get a ward down as Caps comes in. This is something that Chovy hasn't worried about too much, scrapping in the early game. On this Smolder, but you can see
rather than trying to be a little bit more of a trading, tanking force later on with that grasp. As plays like this, we're able to avoid a fleet footwork and field versus the blade here in this matchup. Chovy trying to here as he becomes more relevant later on.
Chovy missed the CS, so it could be a really bad time here, taking flat second though. That's it. On the bottom side of the map, getting the push. As Keen actually having a pretty good time here against Broken Blade. As I say that, he loses a trade, so maybe I need to stop talking, Wolf.
All about where Keen's Q is stacked, and when he decides to look for that trade into Broken Blade. Otherwise, Broken Blade has to space really well here and harass as best as he can, but with Keen taking flash, it can be tricky. Caps the trade back. That fleet footwork is working really well for him in this early game, starting to stack up a significant gold lead here at the CS advantage he has. More than that, really starts to get rolling here for the Smolder in terms of the lane matchup and the wave clear.
Yep. Simon needing to get on towards his blue buff pretty soon, but that Gromp will be dead momentarily. So we've got a bit of an engage here as Dura just trying to keep his AD carry safe. down to 100. He'll still have to go home. Good news for G2, but unable to get that first blood is a bit heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking, but they get both summoners there. Knowing Ruler takes the cleanse in this draft because he's a relatively vulnerable target on this Jhin means that he doesn't have barrier. And I think it was really good judgment there from Hansama. If he just gets that one extra auto, it's 100% a kill confirmed. But either way, still double summoner confirmed. We are going to see the lane swap to come through here. And Ruler is only able to pick up his brown bags and situation, not exactly what he was looking for here in this early game. So, big win. Get that extra longsword off your.
And there's also the fact that Genji loses an entire wave. They weren't actually able to get Keen down towards that bottom lane in time. That turret, that does mean a little bit of an advantage as far as G2 in this early game. They probably want that lead to be extended, but not just yet, right? Like, this isn't the timing. Mid-game is going to be where G2 are really, really formidable. So right now, just need to fill their wallets as much as possible and get to that point as comfortably as they can. Speaking of which, a little bit of a battle here in the mid lane as Chovy and Caps fighting it out. And every time Chovy lands that Q, I feel the dopamine. Well, as LeBron moving on in here, looking for an angle onto Ruler. The captive audience is going to be there.
I mean, he got 6 stacks off of that exchange. You know, like with the minions there as well. He went from 25 to 31 right off of it. Can flap Q, a chew, and I mean, he is just stacking so quickly. Is
hook coming on through there, but now it is just
not sure about that one, Duro.
He will flash. That'll get himself out of there, but Ruler just was not interested in fighting this at all. He's like, no, you just tank this up, and I am just going to make sure that I get down towards this time.
There are times as the support where you need to do something like this to guarantee your AD carry gets the back. I don't think this was one of those times, unfortunately, for Turo.
Yeah.
He does end up losing his flash, as you mentioned. It will also delay his own back as a result. And now it's just Ruler laning into Broken Blade on the bottom side. Keen having a tough time there on the top side as well as Chovy. He's not having a tough time. He's like, yeah, you want to trade into me early? You've got your Vamp Scepter. I'll just keep hitting you. I'm stacking, baby.
Yep, 43 stacks already. Just have to see when he does make it to those break points, right? 225 is what we're going to be looking out for later on in the game. Around 20 minutes being a decent clip for that one.
Does not have level 6 here. They're going to have to TP for the defense. Duro going to come over here. This should be able to stop the dive, but it is going to be matched, in fact, by Broken Blade. They want to double down.
Yeah, this is actually kind of crazy, though, because now Broken Blade has used that teleport to get towards the top side, and no one is going to be there to defend against Ruler, and he knows it. You can see continuing to shove up.
Yeah, they just decide to go back for the swap. I thought perhaps Broken Blade was going to force the dive before they swap, knowing that Ruler has that extra push, but it's just going to be a delayed response here in the bottom side. Ruler may be able to put significant damage into that first plate. Decides to back here. Actually, we'll get away with it free. Still some damage going into that plate, but he won't secure it. But a lot of CS lost here, really evening up what was a significant lead here for Ansama and Lebrov. They still will have a lead, and he still will get most of these minions here, but definitely felt like a missed opportunity there in the top side as Ruler's sprinting back up here with his Swifties to the top lane as we just continue to swap lanes.
Yeah, that's the strategy, you know, avoid the matchup as much as you
just
possibly
get out of
can.
there.
And with the Swifties, it's going to be helping out here as Duro is going to try and hold Lebrov in place momentarily. Chovy's like, stop trading. I need to kill minions, please. As he sneezes on Caps. Does get knocked up this time around, but he's just been using the flap every time the soul has been unbound, and that hook somehow landed. Could have sworn that the wall would get in the way there, but the hitbox of a Nautilus. Still being that thing, you know?
Every single ability Chovy hits is meaningful. You know, like the fact that he hits that hook and there's a ward over the wall and Chovy could just Q over the wall and hit Lebrov. He's like, all right, thanks, man. +1, by the way.
You see those stacks
+2
go up.
Yeah. +3, +4.
Oh, no.
Yeah, +3.
Seeing the big, like the 100 come up as he kills all of those minions with a Q as well feels pretty nice. As The Chovy glazing will continue. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll try and focus elsewhere as much as we can.
Yeah.
The dopamine of number goes up is just too much.
Well, I mean, when you look at the gold lead being so significant, or so insignificant as hold up, we're going to have a bit of a fight here.
Yeah.
Canyon has ult
through there as they're looking to turn it on to Duro, but there is the Impale to answer the ulti, and down goes the tree. Cap's now in trouble, does get saved by the Nature's Grasp from the grave, but Genji's answer was just too good, as in the meantime, Keen towards this bottom side, getting the scissors out against Broken Blade. And they will just, I was about to say trade ultimates, which I guess is technically correct, but not real, because it's Jace. But still, Keen going aggressive, looking for a bit of an angle.
That's
Genji looking for even more.
And that's a grub set up here for Gwen in a side lane. Feels amazing for Genji, who already got that first dragon. And, you know, Chovy on the Smolder, it's again, we're not glazing Chovy so much, just talking about what the champion could do as he grabs some additional gold here. He is deceptively, Smolder, strong in the early fights if there's any sort of setup with his ultimate. And the AoE he can provide with his Q, with his W, these types of skirmishes. Kenyon's level 60 is like, we win these, by the way. More stacks, more fighting.
Combo as well was like absolutely
that's what I'm talking about. I mean, it's like Zeri, deceptively strong in early skirmishes as Keen looking to fight this one out.
Yeah, Dura not quite as strong as Keen without the needlework. Going to be backing away. Broken Blade looking a little worse for wear, but has his Rel alongside him. So
Broken Blade
get this wave shoved in.
Has flash, so I just don't think Keen has any angle here to look for a flash Q to try to win this one out. Just going to have to play respectively instead.
Yeah, hasn't stacked that one up just yet. Genji just fighting for some tempo. And having a look around the rest of the map, Canyon is about to finish another full clear. Should be able to do so after the southern side is dealt with. There's Duro playing with fire here a little bit on this bottom lane. And Keen just going to eat this wave. So it's just felt pretty dicey as once again, Hook going to come on through there. The flash forward, Broken Blade, I don't know about that one, and Lebrov is dead as well. The feats of warfare so comfortable here for Genji, as that was just a little bit of a whoopsie from P2.
Big disaster. Chovy now the target here, but he's going to be totally fine. He Smolder doesn't even need to flash. And this is what I was talking about earlier about how Nautilus could be used defensively in a lot of situations under turrets, man. Like, if you go for that dive, you don't get the kill instantly, you're not getting out. Duro was 100% ready for that. He was just sitting there going, oh, there's no way they try it. I have the high ground.
Yeah, exactly.
And like Keen gets engaged on here, and Lebrov's in dredge line range. Keen has a ton of damage. He's got his Q stacked, and Lebrov gets rooted. Like, you can't get away from this Nautilus if you commit in. And Broken Blade on the other side is feeling a real rough here. Dylan Falco also frustrated because the deeper and deeper, like the faster you sink, because it's got the Smolder that's stacking. By the way, Chovy, sub 12 minutes, he's gonna hit it at like 11:30, that big break point of 125, and then this Smolder just flies towards the big 225.
Well, this is the thing, it's the last 100 that is so much easier because you get so much extra AoE. You're exactly right. And this is like what makes it so hard against this composition as well, because you feel so much pressure to make things happen. You can understand why, BB and Lebrov went for that engage, because otherwise, if you don't do anything, you just lose. Like later in the game, this composition does infinity damage. And by this composition, I mean Smolder.
It is the Smolder, but it's also the Gwen that has 3 grubs.
Yeah, true. Side lane will be really hard.
Broken Blade is already significantly behind in this matchup, especially after that play bottom side. I mean, that's the main reason why he's that far behind, but Gwen is going to be a menace, as Chovy is going to back here after hitting 125. Look for that Trinity Force buy. I mean, things could not be better for Genji.
Nope. This is precisely what they wanted. In fact, they could have been a whole lot more even than this and still be feeling like they're absolutely winning, as Mom comes down in this mid lane. And his soul is going to put him back here, whether he likes it or not. Down to 100, has to ult away. The auto attack was not in the air though. Down to 100 health, but will survive. And Chovy still wants more. Sneeze settle for some plates.
I mean, Caps doesn't have TP. Like, he just absolutely gets smashed by Chovy there. Did not respect the Smolder damage. Chovy TP's back with Triforce, crushes him there, pushes him out of the lane, grabs plate gold and some additional stacks. Like, he actually looks like he's going to get 2 plates here, because remember, he also has 3 grubs.
I didn't know that the Molder Yone matchup was just unplayable.
It's just really tough, especially when Chovy's playing it this well. Like, Caps went for those early trades, and Chovy avoided everything with the flaps, and it's just, like I said, it feels like quicksand. Like, the more you struggle, the more you try to force. If you don't actually make that headway, you feel so desperate to do it, you just fall further and further behind, and 2,000 gold is not an insurmountable lead for a lot of compositions, but for the setup here, it's not like the game is unplayable for G2, but it's got to be in your headspace, right? For your mental, it's getting a little boom right now because you're like, is there any way out?
Yeah, maybe it's time to start thinking about what we can do to not give them a scaling draft next time around. As
Broken Blade.
Looking for BB here towards his top side as he just walks up, looks for the auto. The hook is not going to land. Does almost get the passive, but doesn't actually get it as the heal going to come out. Actually played so well here by BB as they're looking for Duro. They will take that as the first kill. Can BB survive? That's the question as Keen is untouched. The flash to follow here from Keen as the needlework is out and they're not going to get greedy for the kill on to the Rel. I say that as Canyon looks to come in, throwing some rocks around here on this bottom side as he smites the Rel. Continues throwing things, but isn't going to continue further forward.
Keen, 3 grub. Gwen going to grab another plate. Skumond is here, but just a little bit too far away for Nature's Grasp. They push LeBron away, stop his backs. And man, it's just getting tougher. Because I actually watch how Broken Blade plays this. He sees that Duro's looking for the greedy route into Dredgeline Connect, and so he decides to actually get the knockback first. It's actually really smart here. Is able to then avoid the Dredgeline, go for the trade back here. Unfortunately, despite an amazing timing here on the re-engage for Lebrov, just takes so much damage because another Dredgeline goes through. He's held in place for Keen to come over here with a big lead to take him out. I feel like Broken Blade played the earlier part of that fight though super well.
Yeah.
Still ends up being a trade.
It's against the flow of play here for G2, though. They need every positive that they can get right now. As Canyon's moving over, this is not going to be one of those positives, I do not think, unless he gets the movement speed, and there it is. Nicely played. Phase Rush is one heck of an ability, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Doubling up on control boards in this brush.
Oh, yeah.
Ruler is not going to get caught, as this is just going to be a turret to go down here. Feats of Strength were already Genji's, but they get the first turret as well.
Oh dear. Okay, never mind. There was no one there to follow up on Hansama. Bit of a check-in on Chovy, who's at about 170 stacks right now, 15 minutes. Does have, 50 odd to go before he does hit that
the fastest possible for a mid lane Smolder is usually around 17 to 17:30, and he's kind of on track to potentially hit that, if he's left to his own device, if he gets to get into another skirmish. Caps will trade a turret back, by the way. Yeah. He has Skumon here to help him get out. I don't think Genji will be able to punish, so that's a big win. Finally looking for that first item. Caps has been behind Chovy for so much of this game. Spent so much time on the side lane just trying to catch up. Hasn't backed for a while. Should be able to pick that one up here, but I think G2, what they really need here is an insane combo where Skumon catches somebody, Capson and Lebrov are able to combo, Hansama is able to clean up the kills. G2 need an explosive team fight here before this really gets off the rails, and it needs to happen before Chovy hits that big 225. So realistically, your fight options here are this next dragon, and that's it. Like, it has to be here. It has to be now. The Bork is done here for Caps. Hansama has his Triforce. This has to be really G2 winning a convincingly swimmingly winning fight.
Wow,
that came out hard, but it's hard for G2 to win it. It's hard to say it. As here we go.
Yeah, they're looking for it. Off against Lebrov. Chovy over the wall doesn't like it as the Rift Herald going to be ridden down this mid lane. That'll finish off the outer turret. But Canyon is now going to be in a pretty awkward position. He's just so tanky, though, as the dredge line comes on through. Skumon going to get rooted, and they're just going to collect the jungler. He does make his way out, though, as they decide it's Lebrov that dies first, and that is precisely what's going to happen. Duro looking a little worse for wear as the rockets from Hansama are starting to hurt, but G2 don't like the idea of a 4 versus 5, especially with Caps on the top side of the map, and they're going to see what they can do in the cross map instead as they give away Soul Point.
I think G2 really wanted to try to play that a little bit slower, but things went a little bit awry there at the outset. And then it was just a quick reaction by Genji and Duro. Skumon gets caught, and that's the end of it. You know, Caps could have TP'd in faster and tried to force a response from Keen and look for a combo there. It looks like instead he wanted to just threaten that side lane. The top turret's relatively vulnerable. You know, if he's able to interrupt Keen's TP, for example, you know, there's ways that this could be played out for G2 if they play it slow, but it's the worst possible scenario, right? Not only do they not get the fight they're looking for, they lose the fight, they lose the dragon, and I think that was their best chance to get back into this game, and they missed the opportunity, and Gen G are just coasting. Chovy is not going to quite hit the 17.5 minute 225, but he is 13 away.
Yeah, 19 minutes ain't bad as Broken Blade going to be able to get the boot back as Keen tanking up this turret momentarily. Teleport is going to be the answer here to even things out on the bottom side, but Caps really didn't want to use that to get down towards his bottom lane as they were going for a bit of a 1-3-1. Now Gen G feeling like they will be able to utilize this man advantage as Chovy's flapping in there. Does sneeze on Han Sama here. And the Brov just going to be backing away. Gen G unable to force, at least at this moment.
So for those who don't know, which is probably very few of you, but we haven't seen Smolder be a mainstay champion in the meta for a long time. When he hits 225, he gets an execute marker like an Elder Drake, as we're going to have to talk about it later because Caps is dead.
Yeah, Caps is dead. Maybe you can talk about it now, as the fate is indeed sealed. Unfortunately, it's the other person's. As Broken Blade's teleported in, does do a fair bit of damage here to Kane.
But look at Chovy, he's like, all right, cool, now no one's answering me.
And also, BB has to flash to get himself out of the way of that one. And cops a boulder to the head, but not going to be dying.
Have you seen he's going to get the whole inner in the top lane? He's got a huge wave.
It's sort of like you just want to not look at the minimap and just not allow Chovy to really be on screen while he's taking stuff. While Gen G are also fighting what feels like even fights.
He's waiting for that minion wave. He's like, where's the next minion wave? I'm going to hit it.
Yeah, he's going to be hitting like 20 minutes, which is like pretty standard actually, so the stacking isn't as fast as we
He hasn't been in a lot of fights, which really
slows it down. It sort of slowed
down
towards the end, right? Because there was no one in the lanes that he's been, been farming.
So that does affect it, obviously, especially if you're able to sit in the mid lane against multiple people and just keep stacking those Qs on the AoE. It goes a lot faster, but the speed doesn't matter when you're in a stable game state. Sometimes you're like, oh man, we really need to hit that because you're so far behind. You really need to hit that 225. Then maybe you can catch up in this game. That's how the Smolder goes half the time, where you are actually behind because of the weaker early game. But this game, because Gen G has such a lead, he's like, well, I mean, it's no rush. I'm still going to get it. By the way, he still hasn't gotten it.
He needs one. He needs to just like last hit a minion with the Q.
Just WQ that wave, Chovy. Okay.
So manages.
There we go.
Okay, never mind. 28. 228. As Gen G are going to look for the Otacon here. Teleport to come in for Keen as well. All 5 committed. As Caps, I mean, there's just no information here for G2. They throw a sapling in. That might be able to help try and steal it away, but it's just not something that G2 are even going to attempt. As Canyon locks that one up. And Gen G, 4,000 gold in the lead. Otacon, feats of strength, everything that they could want. As Canyon looks for an Impale, does not quite get it. But he's going to be able to steal away the enemy Gromp.
They are able to, deny a wave on the bottom lane. Broken Blade's been able to get some additional time there. Can maybe try to wrap around, look for a play here with Labrov onto Ruler. But he's seen by all of this vision coverage. There's so many captive audiences here as well. Ruler's just chilling. And for G2, really your best hope on that Otacon was a faster group, or maybe Gen G looked to turn the fight a little bit too early. You're hoping for a mistake, and they group and they go, well, Broken Blade, just keep pushing. This is all we can really do right now. As they know they've been checkmated in this game, but they've been checkmated for quite a while, and you're just hoping and praying for some sort of big mistake. I mean, Han Sama is slow on the stacks here, but will hit 2 items fairly soon. He has the only gold lead, as minuscule as it is here for G2, but they need more than that to win this game. They need to blow up multiple threats. Like when you get to this point of the game with Gen G's composition, it's not just kill the Smolder. There's a Jhin, there's a big Gwyn who is 4 kills.
Massive, 2.4k ahead.
So, there's just too many threats. It's a triple threat.
Yeah. And I actually didn't feel like this game was a Keen div, right? That's not what I was sort of feeling, because The Smolder has been a large problem. It's been ganks towards the top side of the map that's allowed Keen to get this lead, but it just means that he's untouchable in side lanes. Now, waiting on a flank angle as well as Canyon parking himself on this wall. Shock Blast going to give away Broken Blade's position, and Keen just remaining out of vision right now. There's the hook to start things off as Canyon just gets amongst it, finds the Impale. It's a decent Magnet Storm, but they just don't quite have the damage. Hansama's going to get exhausted and then rooted up and taken down. It's a double for Keen as the root comes in yet again from Ruler. And Canyon just looks immortal. Ruler's going to get another kill. That's a double for the Jin. And Genji can do no wrong. They're going to look for a soul.
Yeah, I'd love to see.
I think it's looking like we're on the verge of the game being over and G2 needing to just focus on what's happening in game 2.
And I hate to say it for all those European fans out there, those LEC fans and those G2 fans who've watched this team perform against Korean teams, against LPL teams for years and years and years, and have never stopped doubting, never doubted, never stopped cheering. But I think this game was over about 6 minutes ago. And in truth, like, I want to see the team fight damage in that one, because guess what? Caps and Chovy didn't show up. You know, that was a team fight win without Chovy scaling, without his stacks coming through. Yes, he was there at the very last second and got like one rotation of spells off after the fight was already over, but Caps didn't end up getting there at all. And it was just the Gwen and the Jin getting it done with Canyon, setting them up there with Duro. It was just straight up a 4v4 fight without your massive, massive late game win con. And imagine what happens, what the fights look like if Chovy is there. And it's the really scary thing to visualize in your brain when you think about what's going to happen on this upcoming Baron in a minute's time here.
Yep, that's going to be the target, as everything else has been taken here by Genji. Chovy just sneezing on some minions here on the top side. We'll be able to shove that wave forward. G2 haven't lost, you know, an inhibitor turret yet or anything like that. The base is still intact, but maybe not for too much longer as Duro going down exceptionally low. Magnustorm comes in. Hansama will turn up to this fight as the Nature's Grasp comes on over. Mum not doing necessarily too much. It's actually reserved just for Broken Blade, as Duro is able to hook a Merkwolf. Not necessarily the target they were looking for, as Hansama down to 0 health. Broken Blade going to get tagged by that first bullet, and Chovy just going to finish that one off as Caps ults over the wall and then dies. It's a quadra kill, and Wolf, that's what happens when the Smolder's in the fight.
Yeah, he does 4,000 damage in this one, less than the Jin, actually, as he really just did cleanup on that. So actually Ruler doing most of the work at the early part of the fight with Keen. And that's it. A 25-minute game here in the first one. Who needs late game scaling?
Is it a pentakill for Chovy here at EWC? I mean, it could be. There it is! The penta! I didn't even know that they were still in combat for that long.
It's been a little while, but it's not long enough for that to wear off. As Skumon can do nothing but watch, but 5 kills for Chovy. 25-minute game. Who needs late game when you can hit that scaling in the early? Yeah, and it was Chovy just crushing the mid matchup against Caps, playing with the range advantage. And I think one of the big turning points in this game that the coaching staff for G2 and everyone will go back to is the attempted kill on Keen and Duro in the bottom lane that failed. The double that goes over, the Gwen that gets so incredibly accelerated. That really felt like one of the last nails in what could have been G2's coffin there. And then they look for the fight on that Dragon, the third Drake, but aren't able to take it the way they want. They get disrupted. They don't get the fight they're looking for. And Genji just run away with it.
Yeah, Chovy spent a lot of this fight, like you were talking about, just trying to deal with Caps and what he was doing. Mom comes down a little bit later, and he's not even focused on where it's heading, right? He just wants to get these executes, and they definitely do come on through, as we know. The cleanup coming on down, as even the flap damage was kind of relevant in that one.
You could see Chovy's face is yelling penta, 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 by the way.
Yep. And we do go forward in time just a little bit, and the penta is actually achieved there as Chovy picks it up here in game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to take a short break. It's a best of 3. G2 have a chance to come back, but it is looking dire here after the first game.
welcome to agree or disagree. I'm with Caps, I'm with Skewmond, and the game is simple. I'm going to say a statement and they're going to hold up agree or disagree. If they disagree with each other, I'm going to get them to yap to each other about why. You ready? It's simple. Let's play agree to disagree. Teemo can be played seriously and in competitive play in League of Legends. Agree. Caps.
Agree? You agree? I agree, yeah.
Yeah, I agree as well.
Yeah, I mean, there was one patch last year we almost played it. It can happen again quite easily.
Yeah.
Europe is a better region than North America. Good. Now tell me why and don't hold back.
Maybe they did better at MSI, maybe they did better before. But right now, and looking forward, you will make us something there. Alright?
Hell yeah, that's what I like to hear. League of Legends would be more competitive if there was more than one map.
I mean, like for sure, right? There will be like a lot of possibilities. Maybe like jungle camps here, like maybe they will bring some new monsters and new way of like ganking or just playing your lane. Like even if the lane is different, your trade patterns will probably be different as well. So,
Caps is the greatest Western player of all time.
If you say disagree, which player do you think greatest than?
I remember growing up watching like Bjergsen, watching XPK. These are like the mid laners that I looked up to when I was growing up. I know that I played like a long time now, and I also have done well, right? For sure. It still feels like weird to compare myself to what what people have before me.
The achievement speaks for themselves, and being on top for like so many years just is really incredible. So
let's go outside of League of Legends. This one's strong towards countries. France has the best pastries worldwide.
What?
I mean, I disagree because we had a pastry on the way here. And it was not that great. From France, we were at the airport.
Counter argument
compared to the Danish pastry they had.
Sure, and like the one he's talking about, it's not from a bakery, right? Like if you go to a real bakery in France, you will see that it's like unmatchable by how tasty and how like we have so many pastry as well. So like you have the choice to take one or something else, right? And I think you can for sure find something that you will like. And if you go to a good bakery, it's gonna be like not even close.
Just a general one that people have been in conflict for ages. Pineapple belongs on pizza.
What? No. Like
it's a classic, right? The Hawaii pizza.
Wait, actually, did you ever try once?
Of course.
You actually like it?
Eaten many times, yeah.
Okay, so I cannot. I don't know. Like for me, it's just like some cheese, tomatoes, maybe pepperoni, stuff like this. And having a pineapple it just seems wrong.
Berlin has the best doner kebab.
I mean, the thing is, it's a bit of a tricky question. I never maybe to Turkey to actually try other donors, but for sure, comparing to France, like Berlin's kebabs, I mean, donors are just like absolutely insane. Like I just like it so much. We went once with the team, and it was just like magnificent. It's like a piece of art. So,
thanks, gents. Appreciate it. Caps, Skewmond.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Fancy it, Simon.
I think Fearless Draft has been a great addition, especially for our team. I think we are very adaptable in draft, and I think it creates a lot of creativity in draft and like randomness that people need to adapt in each series. So it's pretty cool.
全 GBP 感觉对我们来说感觉是一个很好的一个吧，然後感覺打的時候也是很有意思的一個思路吧。Fearless Draft thì đã giúp cho bản thân mình và team mình đã mở rộng bể tướng cũng như là mở rộng cái lối chơi rất là nhiều. Và cho đến thời điểm hiện tại thì mình nghĩ là team mình vẫn đang làm tốt trong cái Fearless Draft này và mình nghĩ là nó cũng ảnh hưởng tốt đến meta tại vì nó sẽ làm cho những trận đấu mà nó hấp dẫn hơn. I think Fearless is good for us in some ways. It's enabled some of our players to play champs that others people don't, or it's allowed us to avoid handshake matchups in certain roles. You know, things like Gwen and Yon are good for us, so that's been good for us. But I also think sometimes in game 4 and 5 we have some bad drafts, so it goes both ways.
Fearless Draft has been a really good change for our team because we like to play many different things, and not only that, I would say we're also really good at many different styles of the composition, so I think so far has been a really great change for the game and for our team.
확실히 이제 피어리스가 도입되고 나서부터는 되게 많은 팀적인 전략도 필요하고 다전제를 준비하는 데 있어서 좀 더 전략적이 된 것 같아서 그런 부분은 굉장히 재밌는 것 같고 저희 팀에 있어서도 저희도 항상 이제 변화를 두려워하지 않는 팀이기 때문에 긍정적으로 생각하고 있습니다.
Yeah, I think for sure Fearless Draft has been great for our team because we have Baron who plays a lot of very niche and unique champions, and also I think I have pretty good counter picks now too, so I think everyone has a pretty wide champion pool that we can pull out in game 4, game 5, and other teams don't really have that edge, I feel like. So I overall enjoy Fearless. I feel like as a viewer it should be more fun too, not saying the same champions every single game.
I think it's impacted the meta by making it so teams aren't that practiced on everything they're playing. So like in games 3, 4, and 5 in a best of 5, the players aren't that well practiced on their champions and also the comps. So it kind of just leads players to have to play more naturally and just use their intuition to understand what's going on and problem solve in the game, because you haven't practiced it 1,000 times like you would have done without Fearless.
It was slow and methodical, but it was step by step, just like Gen G does, just like Gen G likes. And at first strike, Gen G struck first against G2. They are up 1-0 in our second semifinals as we try to figure out who will take on AGAL to become the second ever game winner here at the Esports World Cup for League of Legends. Welcome back, everyone, to the SDC Arena. Degon here alongside Valdez and Finn. Y'all, you heard Finn in that last series give a good cast. Give it up for Finn, everyone. All right, so Finn, you wanted to dive right on into the draft, so let's do that here as Gen G had a pretty solid plan against what G2 had.
I mean, I feel like Gen G just drafted what they used to do in LCK. If you watched LCK, you've seen these drafts thousands of times. And I feel like G2's response wasn't really adept. I like the Maokai pick. I really enjoyed that for Skumon, one of his best champions. But I have questions regarding the Jace pick. G2 was criticized for not really playing Jace all year. And now, when Jace is kind of fallen out of favor, now they decide to bring it back into the Gwen. When the tools like Jax, who's, I think, BB has been very good on this tournament, was up and available. And I feel like the Jace didn't really accomplish what you want that champion to do. He was kind of getting pushed in early, and then he was kind of playing catch, kind of getting dictated by Gen G's tempo usage and the early game swaps. And he was really struggling to find a foothold in a game that was severely Gen G dictated.
Yeah, I think they just really didn't have that much pressure on the side of G2. And then you look at the Smolder in game 1 for Chovy. It's one of his key champions that he always brings out. And it was just free. He was sitting there farming the whole time. Wolf was talking about it. He just got to do whatever he wanted. They had oodles and boodles of damage as well, with the Gwen getting super fed. The whole draft was very classic LCK, as Finn was talking about. And Gen G just looked awesome there.
Yeah, let's take a look at our first highlight here as both junglers kind of waiting till level 6 to have the type of impact that they wanted. The Maokai, the Skarner, and it was this huge 3-man impale by Canyon, the former world champion, setting the stage for the first blood.
I mean, really living the Scorpion dream, catches Yon at the back end of that ult, and here G2 just went for play after play. This 2v2 top lane jungle didn't really end up working out. BB, you see, he wants to dive this. LeBron is about to walk out, so he's a little bit late. And in the end, Duro cancels his recall and they just don't have the damage quite yet. Not quite the item components that they need to really get that burst damage onto Keen.
And Valdez, this is the type of thing we see teams attempt against Gen G, but as soon as there's a moment of hesitation, they are so good at punishing against them.
They punish better than any team in the world. They are just so crisp, so clean. You give them an inch, they identify it immediately. It's almost robotic. They are right on you immediately. And G2 never got an angle in this early game.
Yeah, let's take a look at our second highlight here. Again, more Gen G taking control of the game as you hear G2 step onto the stage.
Yeah, so here G2 really wants to contest this dragon. They want to use the Maokai saplings, but they get baited by this Herald on mids. Cannon drives it in and the Deadly Flourish connects onto Skumon and then gets CC chains. Labrov tries to kind of angle to help Skumon, but ends up being the target of the engage himself. And now when you lost your engage support, you just have to give the dragon. But that was really the point. G2 wanted to get a dragon. They wanted to use the Maokai saplings to kind of poke them as they walk into their control, but missing that opportunity, I think that was when the nail really hit the coffin.
Yeah, let's put the exclamation point here on it in game number one with our third highlight here. Gen G really in control of all this, and they're able to absorb the pressure that G2 put around the Drake.
Just a beautiful surround here from the side of Gen G. Canyon's right over the wall. He knows how fed and how tanky he is. He just tanks everything, allows Keen to get the perfect flank, and immediately you just have the damage follow up. Jovi's not even there for the beginning of this fight. It just doesn't matter. Gen G are so far ahead, and it was just lights out once again from Gen G.
G2 now select the blue side here for game number two. Finn, kind of give me your thoughts here, given the fact that they went a little unorthodox in the top lane. They went Maokai in jungle. I feel like there are things up here.
Okay. Yeah, we hit pause.
Okay, pause.
Take a deep breath.
Deep breath, everyone. G2 side, deep breath.
And we'll look towards the future.
Okay.
A lot of the power picks are still up and available. There was a lot of mid lane bans, and I expect us to see a really similar draft phase with all these mid lane bans being taken out. Dizir, Natalia, I don't think they'll get through, but I think most likely what we're going to see G2 hone into Skumon and try to find him an early skirmish jungle, because I really feel like he needs to get a foothold in this game. If the jungle is not really facilitating the lanes, it becomes really hard to play the map and really hard to really propel the game forward. And we need Skumon to be comfortable. The Maokai didn't work out, so we gotta try one of the other picks, like the Xin Shao or the Wukong, I think.
Yeah, we've seen what happens when these junglers that dictate the tempo don't get going. We saw it in last series. Tarzan was able to stifle Owner. Here, how does Gen G slow down G2 and book their ticket to the grand finals?
It's, I think it's Gen G are in the driver's seat right now. You know, I think for G2, they need to pull out something. I'd really love to see Caps on something like he's played earlier, like a Syndra, like a LeBlanc. Try to throw Chovy off, because Chovy, again, he just got the free laning phase, the free game. He needs to be pressured. They need to do something about Canyon as well, as Finn was talking about. There are a lot of questions to be answered here.
Now we're standing next to the game trophy here for League of Legends, but this isn't the only one that's on the line this weekend as we send it on over to Free Fire.
Hey everyone, we are currently at the Kadia Esports Arena where I've stumbled across Free Fire. Please introduce yourself to us.
Hi, my name is Gideon Q. I'm with Free Fire. I'm one of the panelists for the show.
That's super duper cool. Nice meeting you. And of course, talk me through today's games, because I heard you guys were in the semifinals right now.
Yes, we are in the semifinals. Players are going to be battling out to try and get as many points as possible for our championship happening tomorrow. Our very own grand finals is just to give them a little bit of edge before we get into it.
And of course, because it is the championship weekend, we have both the semifinals and grand finals for both Free Fire and League of Legends. So keep your eye out for it, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much, Kitty. It is game winners to be crowned here, and it will be a new one in League of Legends, as it was T1 falling earlier to AGAL, already waiting in the grand finals. Valdez, is it going to be a Gen G AGAL finals here?
I think based off of what we saw in game one, you know, just like T1 unfortunately fell super easily to AGAL, I would say that G2 might suffer the same fate here. I think Gen G have their number, and it should be a 2-0 tonight.
All right, Gen G fans, let me hear you. 2-0 for Gen G.
Finn, you got 20 seconds to get this G2 crowd riled up. 20 seconds.
G2, you have Europe behind you. Play with confidence and pick your champions and play your game. You are better than them and you can beat them.
G2, let me hear ya! The STC arena is rocking as we get ourselves to game number 2. Will it be Gen G or will it be G2?
Thank you so much, Tigon. I loved the little rhyme, or is it a rhyme when it's like rhyming 2 with 2? I'm not entirely sure, but it was very, very cute nonetheless. It is time for game 2, and we'll see whether Gen G can make it a 2-0 or whether G2 can come back. Man, there are so many 2s in all these sentences. It's kind of ridiculous.
You love to see a smile on Caps' face after a crushing loss like that, where he got outranged by Chovy. Chovy just outplays him in the early game, and then he gets free stacks. They had that really cool skirmish with Canyons and Pale early. Things went really well. I think we're going to have to see a big change up here in draft. Remember, against BLG, Caps pulled out that LeBlanc pick, right? And that was series defining. He crushed Knight so hard in the lane that Bejuan couldn't even play the game, right? Something like that is what we might need to see here from G2. They have blue side now. The Azir was
they
not
had blue side in game 1.
I know. They have blue side again.
All right. So they now also have blue side.
But like some of these picks are gone, right? So picks like the Azir stock goes up quite significantly. See if the Talia is left open as we see a big change up here with the Rumble ban for G2 in this second game.
Yeah, it's going to mean that it's not 100% Chovy bans on the side of G2, giving that Rumble a look in as the Lee Sin taken away from Canyon, one of his most impressive champions, but a surprising ban here as the Azir still left up, the Vi and the Talia going to be the options that these teams are playing with.
I think banning the Azir is still the safest bet, but it is Caps, after all, who might have something else prepared, as it instead is going to be a ban towards Human's Jarvan in this one, which gets a big laugh out of Dylan Falco there. So the first pick is going to look to be is Trundle is strong into so many of the available jungles right now. Make you feel pretty good into Xin Zhao. If Gen G wanted to go for a Sejuani draft here, it is also going to be incredibly powerful into that. So that's not really an option anymore. And even with the Talia still up, they're looking for this Azir for Chovy, a pick he's so known for. Every LCK mid who's ever called themselves an elite, an LCK champion, is known for their Azir. And of course, Chovy is the strongest of said mids right now and will be confident enough to lock this one in. The question is, what comes with it?
Is it going to be the jungle pick? Does Canyon just take something that he's willing to play into the Trundle?
I mean, I think Xin Zhao is still playable into Trundle. You don't feel great about what Trundle can do to you, but it is strong elsewhere. The Vi, not as affected by that Subjugate, and works really well with so many different other follow-up champions here. Can be a pseudo-dive composition here with a strong side-laning Azir, and they do end up just taking that one away.
Okay, so now G2 are going to show us what they had prepared. When you pick the Trundle this early, you do have the opportunity to go towards whatever tank you would like towards that top side. It's going to be the Annie in the mid lane, and there is a Renekton. So in fact, no tanks to be picked up here by G2. They are going pedal to the metal, keeping up the aggression, as the Renekton has been pretty good this tournament, I have to say. Gives a little bit of that Shuriman flavor over to G2 as well. And Gen G, they are staying in the deserts of Shurima themselves as the Keen Sante looking to be honest, in.
I feel like a lot of people will be shocked to see the Keen Sante because the Trundle is on the other side, but
and in fact, it doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen, but I actually thought that's what he was going to pick because it's just so safe into the Renekton, and in the laning phase, you're not going to be interacting with that Trundle anyways. It was pretty good into the Annie, but they pivot, and this draft has a lot of power with the Vi. There's a lot of really strong mid-game here. We talk about the late-game Azir, the side-laning Azir all the time, but because of his ultimate, it can be quite powerful in mid-game fights with a composition like this where you can cut the team in half and split somebody off. The Vi follows up, the Aatrox follows up. Picks like the Kai'Sa, I feel like, are really strong, even though we haven't been the biggest fans as the LCK casters here at this event of the pick for Gen G, because you already have a ton of magic damage in this comp. You could go into the AD variant, you could follow up on the mid-game power of this draft so well.
And there's also the fact that, I mean, the cease and desist, very single target, right? The Kai'Sa is able to follow up on anyone you choose to go in on. But I think that the combo that they are already representing with the Azir and the Vi is just something we've never really seen. Because these are two first-pick champions, Wolf.
Yeah.
And, they're on the same team right now.
They do leave the Xayah up, Genji do, here for Hans Samba to potentially take. We've seen him be such a menace on this pick throughout EWC 2025, but see what it does eventuate here, as we could see a Kai'Sa Bandit come through. I think Ezreal is also still really strong into G2's comp because you can stay away from the Renekton, you can stay away from the Annie, you can just shift away from the pillar.
Oh, I was expecting
similarly
Rakan
strong,
actually, because Rakan's so good for Gen G, but G2 maybe hoping that that is not going to be the decision. And a cow is a possibility, right? And Alistar is definitely a big one, but I think just picking an R4 Rakan just feels so good for Gen G because it goes so well with so many things.
There's so many different options here for Gen G. Like, I feel like if you go Ezreal, you go for the Rakan. If you go for even a Kai'Sa, like all of these things work well. The Alistar gives you even more robust mid-game power because of how tanky he is in those fights, and you now have a front line, because before everything else in this draft is relatively squishy, and you know the Alistar is just going to be happy to go into the front line of the Annie, happy to eat a Tibber stun so that the rest of the carries can go in and follow up.
Yep,
and
it's the one tank that doesn't get worried about the subjugate as well. As the Xayah Rakan is given over, and this is the danger that you had on the side of Gen G, is that you were staring down the barrel of a lovers duo. It's understandable. That's a Zeri for Rulers. That'd be a fun one.
Iconic Zeri. Zeri, Azir, so much late game team fighting power.
That's a Vayne.
That's not what he's playing, so don't worry, everybody.
Yeah, let's see what Duro does decide for Ruler here. 5 seconds to go. Is Sivir going to be the consideration? Certainly a lot of AoE and a bit of that Shuriman flair.
How do you get on top of this Sivir and Punisher is the question that G2 is going to have to answer, because the Azir is super safe, right? Has the Shurima Shuffle they could use to engage, but also can just use the Emperor's Divide defensively. The spell shield here for this Sivir makes it really difficult to lock her down. Even Annie could have a tough time actually stunning Ruler. And then the wave clear means that Gen G can get prio on objectives really easily when it comes to setting up later on for 3rd, 4th Dragon, Barons, Otacon. So while I think if you cover Gen G's comp and you look at what G2 have, there's a lot of synergy here. It's not a great Trundle position. I think Gen G, because the Trundle was picked so early, we're able to play around that incredibly well. Renekton, a similar story here. I think if Broken Blade can win the topside matchup, if there's some attention there and this Renekton becomes big early, then the Renekton can eventually just get on top of this Sivir, can be a big threat for Chovy's Azir. It's a lot of ifs, it's a lot of maybes here. And after the performance we saw from Gen G in Game 1, I think they're pretty confident with this draft. They're going to close it out and head straight to the finals.
That's what they're looking to do. We'll see whether G2 can find some of that magic here as we load onto the Rift for the second game of the series. Do or die here for G2. We'll see whether their key can survive one more game, or whether Gen G are going to be crushing it on their way to the final against AL. And AL, they have been on a bit of a tear. They are no strangers to crushing the keys of LCK representatives. And Gen G going to certainly have to study up before that one, but they do need to make sure that they dispatch of G2 in this second game first. And here we are onto the Rift for that second game. Maybe G2 can catch them napping. Maybe they've got a bit of a plan moving into this second game. We'll see. Otherwise, it's a date with T1 tomorrow in that best of 3 to decide who picks up the 3rd place. And that is an extra 70 grand. Wolf, like that's it's not small money that they'll be fighting for.
That's right. We do the big money at EWC, and we have a massive prize pool, and every single step up you go, the more you are going to get. So you on a Broken Blade here, playing aggressively at this level 1. Keen gets the ward onto the blue buff there of G2. So Vision traded across the map here. Duro and Ruler at the ready there in the bottom lane. We'll actually have the faster track. And it looks like that's just going to be now the 5-point starts to eventuate. Caps does obviously have stun at level 1, but I don't think they're going to look for a play here, and Gen G just playfully letting G2 know that there ain't anything happening at level 1.
Ruler also giving us a bit of a history lesson, which is kind of cute. Of course, one of the JDG players there, and then Samsung Galaxy. Kind of cute. Just, you know, the teams that he managed to pick up international titles on.
So they are going to try to utilize this extra pressure here that Gen G has to relinquish with the level 1 Alistair to set up some vertical jungling here and invade for Skumon, as he is going to take away the blue buff here of Canyon. And Gen G very well aware that this is happening. As we'll see what Canyon does respond with, since he is starting topside on that red buff. Has vision, of course, of Skumon's blue, so he may just simply cross and we have that vertical jungle.
Labrov not able to give that heal over to Hans Sommer, but I guess he was at full health, so he doesn't need to worry about it too much. Like we were saying, it is indeed just vertical jungling here between these two junglers. Skumon coming on over, though, and just feeling like he can do battle with Canyon, and he absolutely can. The chomp is so valuable.
Skumon really going to get a huge lead out of this. Canyon going to have to flash.
Yeah, Broken Blade looking for it. Does manage to vault break over the wall.
Okay, I thought he queued already, so he's fine. Doesn't have to flash. Still massive. And
no, it does not
it's not over yet, because there's so much prio for Cap. So when Electrocute is pushing Chovy out of the lane, Canyon really in trouble here. And G2 playing around this early prio so incredibly well. And weren't able to make a level 1, you know, happen to where they get a pick or anything like that, but they use that extra pressure to set this vertical jungling and shut this Vi down. As now Canyon's looking to cross over into this quadrant here and take the red buff of Skumon.
Yep, spots the fact that Skumon is just going to stay towards that top side and take his red. So Canyon not going to be... well, actually, no, because Canyon started on his red. Never mind. So that red is not actually going to be consumed. It's the Krugs that are going to be the next one. So experience advantage still there for Skumon, but it's not going to be too much of a big deal. Canyon pathing exactly where he needed to there to make sure that he stays alongside him as far as camps are concerned. Nice little headbutt there from Duro. He's going to get a lot of damage onto Labrov. Wasn't exactly hoping to be in that position, and now Canyon possible gank angle as well. As there are flashes, everything else is available here as Canyon looks for the angle. Doesn't get too much, and there's the flash forward to block the Vault Breaker. Beautifully done. Duro gonna have to go in, make sure that he keeps his jungler alive and actually flashes out of the way. Really good play here from G2 to make sure that they're capitalizing on Skumon's early pathing.
Yeah, and Skumon should be able to turn this into a double scuttle if he wants to just run straight topside here. Might want to look for more, but I don't think there's really an opportunity here. But grabs this bottom side one. Is going to try to force it. It's for the Scry.
Yeah.
Could turn this at least into some Gromp pressure as the wave crashes through. This is going to be really challenging to pull off, though. Duro doesn't have flash, but Ruler does have his and a barrier.
I mean, it's already a win for G2. I don't think they necessarily need to continue putting on too much pressure. As Canyon is going to come on over. Does have the level 3 alongside Skumon as Duro goes in. The bottom lane are trying to rotate up. They should be able to get here. And Skumon will be able to secure that blue buff as well. Canyon continuing to be pretty far behind.
Yeah, 3 winning lanes will give you so much
It was the Gromp,
agency.
actually, and the Gromp got uninterested. I need to identify which camps are being attacked.
That's fine. Gromp will go over to Canyon here, and Skumon will just go back over and take his Raptors. I thought perhaps he was just going to go straight through mid and go take that upper scuttle and look to clear the top side of the jungle, but decides to instead really put that pressure on. Pushing Ruler out of the lane is a big win. Even though they don't end up getting any kills, they don't get the Gromp. That pressure means something, as it's a 10 CS advantage here for Hansama, who has generated a lot of leads this tournament on Xayah from 2v2s, but this time playing through the fact that his jungle had that early control, playing through the Alistair early game. And then that leads to Caps getting mid lane prio right, and everything that's eventuated in this early game. Is Keen going to get all into here?
Yeah, Broken Blade looking for a bit of an angle, finds a nice trade. As Keen with the Darkened Blade is going to be able to even things out relatively nicely. And it's going to be trading CS here between these top laners. Skumon going to be able to get that double scuttle that you were talking about, as BB is going to be not pulled back by the Infernal Chains. Gets a nice Q to get that health traded here between these. So it feels kind of nice to even just press the button even if nothing happens.
Yeah, that was a really good judgment there from Keen as well, knowing the level 6 was just around the corner. Even they had 6 advantage, he knew that one extra minion was going to take it over. As here comes Skumon in the mid lane.
Yeah, back actually going to complete here from Chovy, as Duro doesn't have flash, but he does have legs. So that gets him out of there.
Sometimes that's all. He's also got a mouse and he's got a right-click button on it.
And a keyboard, baby. Worked real well.
And you will get away there, but it was a really nice timing trying to punish a potential split back. His TP is going to be committed here by Duro, and Hansama, I think, is just dead. He's got flash, but I don't know where he's going to go.
Yeah, looking to try. Oh, the trade here as he flashes forward, but there is a barrier available. Ruler is just going to burn down as Labrov gets the ignite off. A 1-for-1 trade, but it's probably going to be 1-for-2 here, unless tanking the turret is a little bit dangerous here for these guys. As Labrov, one more auto, but does get the knock up. It's 2 kills over to the support of G2. Never mind, one of them was in fact an execute. That's right. That's kind of unfortunate, but that is fine. Still good for G2.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's going to force the backs there as Chovy is also going to fight Tibbers here.
Yeah, this is so unfair, isn't it? The 1v2 in the mid lane.
Caps has done such a good job this tournament of knowing the timings where he can just punish someone who's teleportless and look for these aggressive trades, even though he doesn't have kill pressure. He's like, well, I mean, put you low, and I'm going to have this wave push. And Dumont is looking for an aggressive play here, top side.
And he's going to be able to take this red buff, I think, because Canyon, see how quickly he comes on over. Does get that E charged up, walks into this brush. Broken Blade, he's going to be able to get that first roam over. Chovy not exactly feeling too healthy here in this mid lane, so they decide not to go for any sort of contest.
Caps gets that sustain from the honey fruit. Will be able to come over here and look for another potential stun onto Chovy. Duro having to stay in this bottom lane, which means Ruler is just landing straight up here into the Sama on the bottom side of the map. We're going to go back to this play here again. Hansama.
That is going to be a kill over to Ruler. He's finally on the board here in this game and kills Ickley.
Of the replay, but that's a big win for Ruler. Now pulls ahead in that bottom side matchup in terms of gold. Three grubs. You go over as I mentioned.
Oh dear. Isn't it? As Hansama and Labrov move in. As the buy goes down, Canyon punished immediately.
Obviously had just used his ultimate. Chovy just, if anyone shows up, I don't know what he expected was going to happen, but yeah. I guess he found out. Well, agreed there from Canyon, and that's a massive swing back. Like the pendulum of the bottom lane. They kind of tripped over their shoelaces right afterwards, and we're right back in it. So for Gen G, very proactive play, but perhaps a bit too proactive in the aftermath.
Yep, a little bit of a blip coming on through there. As Labrov looks for a bit of an angle, but didn't have the quickness, so Chovy not going to be too worried about it.
Second Drake is spawning here. Ruler is going to back away with the prio that a big skirmish here. Over this, or that G2. A broken 4 at most.
Duro just playing with his Hex Flash, just enjoying himself.
try to feather call back me.
Yeah.
Jump those.
What kind of soul we're going to be looking at as well as Boomerang Blade doing a lot of damage here against Hansama. He's just wanting to hold this wave as best he can.
A little bit, you know, of a, okay, hold up top side.
Yeah. Bit of a ruthless predator here is Broken Blade, but Keen weathering the storm quite nicely. See whether he's trying to trade back as Genji, looking for a skirmish potentially here in the river. Ruler at full health, but Hansama looking to go aggressive, is on the hunt, glorious, but it does mean that the root comes down from the Blade Caller. Hansama looking a little worse for wear, but Skimon getting that pillar down, making sure that he knows exactly where Genji is. Try and fight back. Teleport in from Caps top lane. But Tibbers comes down, and there should be the burst damage available as Nevermind. Keen just umbrally dashes away. They should be able to get a fair bit of work done on this turret, but the Dragon should go over to Genji.
That's Dragon, and I just don't think that's worth it here. You're going to pick up some additional gold, but it's split here between two players, and I think a lot of this was about the fact that Hansama and Lebrov's Gambit there in the mid lane does not pay off, as trying to engage now onto Duro. We'll see how well this goes.
Yes, Skimon taking a lot from just the Boomerang Blade there, as well as Ruler is doing anything that he wants. Does get the subjugate off, and that is going to give him a bit of his health back. But even on
play on the Ruler, and he spell shielded the knockup. Was already out in the mid lane.
He's still, I think, going to be dead. Voltbreaker to finish him off, but Skimon is going to kill Canyon. So a 1-for-1 is exactly what they were looking for on the side of G2. A little bit of a, I guess, overextension there from Genji. Could have just let him get away.
This game is getting a little bit weird in terms of the constant hard forcing. We're not really playing the map, we're just playing see champion, kill champion a little bit. But I think we have to attack here our Genji, but it's not towards the top side of the map there, and Caps just dies for free. It's a disaster. I think it's still a big win here for Genji, because Keen's going to get a demolished proc here and pick up a ton of plate gold. Caps is pushed off the map, doesn't have TP, so at the end of the day, still a massive win. But, you know, you've got to give credit where it's due. Could have been worse. Forge a little bit too long here. Doesn't look like it.
No. Keen is not the one that's doing the overextending. That has been other members of Genji, so he's just going to back away and play this one respectfully.
Like, every time G2 lose somewhere on the map, they're finding some angle, right? Like Broken Blade picks up a little bit of plate gold. They got that split plate gold on the top side. You know, 4 out of those 5 plates do go over that gold. My issue is the fact that the farm here for Caps is very low. He doesn't have that much farm. You know, he's significantly behind Chovy here. This scaling Azir is going to do more damage in team fights. So the lead that G2 has right now is small, and that's problematic because they want it to be big. As oh boy, this
Empress
isn't it.
Divide delivers Broken Blade to the turret. He's down to 300, has to flash. And not exactly too happy about how this one's going, as another mid laner is going to get dove this time towards the top side of the map. The exhaust goes down onto Caps as Tibbers was trying to help out, but that is a successful dive. The world ending here is Chovy down to 200 here on the bottom side as Hansama is underneath the turret, manages to take down the Azir, and now Canyon will be falling as well. They overload the bot lane, and they get exactly what they want. G2, great play to answer as Canyon taking a while. But I just don't think Ruler's going to do anything.
He buys enough time here for Genji to end up getting that every time. It's not like a 1 step forward, 2 steps backward. It's like 1 step forward, 1.2 steps backward, but
it's like they're doing the June sand dance.
Yeah,
no, make sure the sandworms aren't coming over. It's a bit confusing understanding where the legs are supposed to go.
But ultimately, you know, Genji, it's not a lead to where this game is over by any means. Hansama is still massive in this one. But the map reads here have been pretty good for Gen G, and now with those additional stats from the feats of strength, looking for a potential Herald fight here. Gen G have Keen on the top side rotating over. Chovy also has TP and his ult coming back up.
Seen this one before as Broken Blade taking a lot of damage here on the return to his turret.
And they give it up.
Just getting angry.
And they're looking for another turret instead, saying Herald would get me that, but we'll just over for the defense.
Yeah, going to be a trade of some Qs, or at least a Q for a W as the exhaust goes down onto Canyon. They're going to try and burst him out, but he does create a lot of distance, and Duro comes in for the save. So Gen G, good defensive play this time around, and even a teleport going to be invested here as Keen really wants to hit someone.
Yeah, Caps
because he pressed a pretty important button.
Caps is like, all right, cool, he's out of here. I'm going to try to push as fast as I can on the top side and get a turret, and I think we should be okay down here on this bottom side. Good rotation here from G2.
Yeah, Duro actually canceling that one. Not sure by enough time. Is the Unbreakable Will finally going to get pressed? Going down on the top side of the map. It is in trade for the bottom outer as well, so keeping things even on the side of Gen G. But speaking of even, it's down to a 300 gold advantage for Gen G.
I feel like on one hand, this game has been incredibly action-packed. We're already 12 kills in at 16, nearly 17 minutes in. But on the other hand, it's also been a League of Legends game. It's been a macro game of trades constantly. Both teams making the best decision possible. Again, I feel like Gen G has gotten slightly the better of G2 every time, but G2 are not going to roll it. They're not making any big mistakes. They're not actually overextending on one side of the map to where Gen G win on both sides. Like, they've always been able to get something back no matter what. And speaking of, now with the regroup there for Gen G, they're looking to actually take their first dragon of the game here. It will be a Cloud Drake. And unfortunately for Gen G, they're just not grouped up in any way to fight for this. And Duro's going to get pushed away. Chovy has TP, but
Duro doesn't have ult.
Side.
He's actually looking for a bit of an angle here to try and answer his, oh dear, yeah, Hans Sama going to be able to at least get an assist. I thought that they were going to try and leave him the kill, but the Drake goes over and a kill onto Duro.
Yeah.
His second of the game, and now Skumon doing that I'm going to walk at you thing. And now Ruler is just going to get eaten underneath the turret. Lebrov comes on over, and the flash just a little bit unfortunate. Going to need another rumble dash if he wants to get over, and there is the flash. Get himself out of there. Tibbers now fighting alongside as Chovy looking to make his way in. That's going to make things more difficult here for G2. Slice and Dice activated. And
Sama gets a turret. Now, I mean, before I was like, okay, G2 are not giving up things on both sides of the map. They're always matching. Now they're taking the driver's seat. They're 1,000 gold ahead. They win on both sides of the map. They end up shutting Chovy's push down top side. They get the dragon. Caps is... And yes, Skumon has to flash to kill Ruler, but Ruler uses both summoners, and Sivir's flash is way more valuable than a Trundle's in a situation like this. And G2 really pulling ahead after what was, kind of absorbing a lot of the pressure, a lot of the punches here from Gen G, making all the right calls, waiting, biding their time for the right moment. And that right moment did occur as once again, Duro in no man's land.
Yeah, he is going to be able to get a stun. There's the pushback on Lebrov, but he's just dead. Duro just misreading the state of the map right now. Things are certainly turning more in G2's favor. I mean, cannot be pushed that far up.
Going into this series, I said Lebrov had a pretty good time against BLG, obviously, and we talked about Lebrov's improvements, but I told you, like, I don't know, man. I feel like the support diff might be big in this one. Like I was telling you before the broadcast, off stream, like, I think Duro's gonna have his number, but in this game, absolutely not the case. Right now, Lebrov at almost 100% KP. Duro constantly caught, just aggressively trying to clear vision and find out these rotations from G2. But when Gen G into this incredible streak, he keeps getting punished, and G2 just get further ahead.
Oh, Caps now we're going to clear out this minion wave, but there is a Keen looking for him. The World Ender coming on through as down goes Tibbers. That's a decent quickness there from Lebrov to buy some space as Keen's flashing for it. The heal comes in though, and Keen just unable to close the gap. Caps able to move himself back. They don't kill the Aatrox, which would have been nice, but he doesn't manage to get his jump.
Well, maybe they will.
Sama is looking for the angle. There's the flash forward. Keen wants to be able to do something, but he doesn't. And Hansama is going to get yet another one. The outplays here from G2 are fantastic.
And now,
in
like,
the second game.
Now G2 just keep winning on both sides of the map here. They're going to have to get a teleport from the Alistair, look for a pick, and I don't think it's enough.
Yep, cease and desist coming on through there, and somehow Canyon actually lives. He flashes out of the way as Chovy gets the Sand Soldiers together, and this game